right, 93. 93, 93, 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. You already know what the fuck it is. No introduction is needed. We back for the 2025. Just let a couple days pass so y'all can get a feel of the energy. I didn't really want to show up like before anything happened. So now that we a couple days in, everybody kind of got a feel of where we going. All right. So what I'm gonna do before we get started, of course, I already know, 6 a.m. on the West Coast, and this is how we starting off. We starting off 6 a.m. All right. I normally start my days around 4 a.m. So I normally get up around 4, start the day off, and go from there. We also have the vape, of course. What's up, Satori? What's up, Mary? What's going on? I guess it's about 9 a.m. East Coast time, 8 a.m. Central time, 7 a.m. Mountain time. Y'all know how it's going. So I guess y'all, the East Coast, y'all already in motion. We just really getting up right now. But anyway, let me take this shot. We're gonna take all the shot for the ancestors, of course. Known and unknown. And we'll see exactly where we go today. And hopefully this doesn't take up too much time. And this was supposed to be on repeat. These background sounds, giving y'all a feel of the new sound. So in terms of what I'm gonna be recording 2025, I'm not gonna really be doing too much drill. I'm more so going in the direction of the Afro beats. Sub Immortal 72, we already active, as I know. We be trying to catch up over here in the West Coast. See, what I realize is I always have to go back to the East to like get downloads. What I mean by that is we always looking towards New York, towards the East Coast for vision. The visionaries has always been on the East Coast, right? Over here on the West, we get everything last. We don't get it first, we get it last, right? So that's why it's just crazy chaos over here. Especially Las Vegas, since it does, people come to Las Vegas to be debaucherous. This is a city of debauchery, right? A modern day Babylon. So of course, when everybody's into their savagery, everybody's into their sinful natures, it just takes us a while to catch up to, okay, we see what's really going on now. Versus the East Coast is like, it's about time. It's about time you motherfuckers caught up. Yeah, I think it's about time too. I think it's about time. We caught up, get on the wave. Cause for anybody who's been paying attention to the news, we already know what's going on. Trump Tower, Cybertruck. That's how we brought in 2025 in Vegas. Goddamn Cybertruck blew up in front of the Trump Tower, which I saw as symbolic because, okay, we're in the year of the 9. 9 vibration takes us to Mars, and Mars, of course, takes us to the Tower card. So the fact that you saw a Cybertruck on fire in front of the Trump Tower, and this is a 9 vibration, I'm like, all right, I already see where we're going. I already see where we're going with this. So we saw the Tower card live in effect at the Trump Tower. I believe that was the first day of 2025. That's how we started off. Also in Vegas, somebody took over a whole bus. So they had the strip shut down. Fremont shut down. So I'm like, all right, I see what's going on here. It's the year of karma, because the number 9 always deals with karma. So there would be a lot of karmic cleansing going on. A lot of karmic cleansing. People from your past will show up. And then endings. You know, the number 9 is also about endings. So probably some of your friends is probably not going to be your friends by the end of the year. You're going to lose some friends. You may lose family members, whether physical death, mental death, spiritual death. But this is definitely the energy of death, but not just death, also rebirth and resurrection, right? So you just have to ask yourself, are you ready to resurrect like the Christ? Are you ready to resurrect like the Christ? Because you are the Christ within, right? Are you ready to resurrect? All right, we got the El Cristo Negro candle. So y'all see we not playing, right? El Cristo Negro, Black Christ. So we on those Black Christ vibes. And you already know. We on that Jesus Mervate, right? Exactly. That's the type of time we on. All right. Also, it's the type of time we on. And y'all like, what the fuck you bringing up Mickey Mouse? Well, when Mickey Mouse came to me in the spirit, Mickey Mouse told me, like, don't call me Mickey Mouse. Call me Senator Mickey. So that's his name. Call me Senator Mickey. That's the name he wants to go by at this point in time. Senator Mickey. So he has evolved into the level of a senator. So he's no longer the mischievous Mickey Mouse that we grew up seeing. Is now Senator Mickey now. And that's what got me into all my, my graffiti and all the stuff I do with the pen. I have my notebooks are somewhere. But that's what got me back into the graffiti, back into the primitive writing and all the drawings and all that. So that's what's been going on. So like I said, we don't have to really get too deep. We in the beginning of the year, so things will begin to unfold as they go along. What's up, Smooth? Been rocking with you for years. Glad to see you well in 2025. That's funny. I understand. Because yeah, for y'all who been around for a while, y'all have seen how real this shit get. Right? Y'all seen how real this shit get. The last time we was in a 9-year was 2016. I'm pretty sure all of y'all were alive in 2016, right? That was the last 9 vibrations. So if you think back at what was going on in your life in 2016, that will give you an idea of how 2025 will be. If I look back what was going on in 2016, because 2017 was the year I started live streaming. So basically what y'all see now, the live streams, like I pretty much do more live streams than regular videos. All that happened in 2017. If we take it back to 2016, I was still doing regular uploads. So we wasn't even going live back in 2016, right? So when I think back at 2016, yeah, that was before y'all really saw me navigate around the country. So 2016 was the last year y'all kind of like just saw me on a local level, right? So all the way up until 2016, I wasn't really doing too much. What's up, Maxie? 2016, I wasn't really doing too much in terms of traveling around. other than, you know, me going back and forth between LA and Vegas. So in 2015, y'all gotta, because 2015 was the first year I began backpacking, right? I began moving around. So 2015, that was the year y'all saw me, you know, going between Las Vegas and LA. So y'all seen a little bit of Las Vegas, y'all seen a little bit of LA. It wasn't until 2017, now I'm showing y'all New York, now I'm showing y'all different cities and all that, DC and all that stuff. So 2016 again was the last year that I was doing regular uploads. So when I look back at it now, I'm like, moving forward, I probably need to go back to doing regular uploads. I'm like, the live streams are fine, but obviously we want a full experience. I mean, I want to get the green screen back up so I can teleport y'all into all type of places. So instead of me having to go to this place, go to that place, all I gotta do is put up the green screen and we good. We can go wherever we need to go. So moving forward, I'm like, yeah, I'll definitely be doing a lot more regular uploads. Again, you know, putting the music out, all that. Just get back into editing, mixing, mastering, giving you a full experience. Because what I realize is people don't want to just see regular shit. Like a lot of times when y'all watch videos, like it's sped up. Either people kind of speed their videos up or they edit the videos and take out like all of the silent parts. So you can kind of see where the video skips. Like they'll be talking and it skips a little bit. They talk and it skips a little bit. So it's like it's like a continuous stream. It's not like regular. And I realized that's why people come to the virtual world. That's why people come to the internet. People ain't coming to the internet to have a regular experience that they can have right in front of them. People come to the internet to have a different type of experience, or as we call virtual reality or the digital world. We come to the digital world to have a different experience, to amplify it. What I mean by that is, an example of that will be ASMR. And the example of ASMR, you probably are not experiencing ASMR just in regular conversation, right? If you were just having a back and forth with somebody, you're probably not being triggered by ASMR. But if you're watching a video in the virtual world, in the digital world, now a person just talking, now all of a sudden it's triggering your ASMR. It's triggering your sixth sense. So you're like, okay, well, why is ASMR triggered more in the digital reality than in physical reality? Because we are able to enhance sound. Sound is able to be, that's also why people make music, right? If you were in the studio session with somebody when they're recording music, it wouldn't be the same like after it gets mixed down, after it gets mastered and all that. Now it sounds like what it's supposed to sound like. But if you were there in the recording process, you would think like this ain't really nothing special at all. But when they started putting those effects on there, when they started layering it up, ad-libs and all that, now it sounded like something, right? Now like, okay, you can, but that's the virtual world, that's the digital world. We're able to enhance things. So what I realized is, okay, if you really want to, again, it ain't about getting views, it's not really about numbers, it's just about pushing the culture forward for those who have an appreciation for that. Because we are in the year of the 9, so next year is going to be a 1 vibration. So next year is going to be all about you, right? About yourself, about your ego, about your personality, your immediate environment. That's 2026. 2025, on the other hand, is about everybody else. This is a year, the 9 vibration is the highest vibration, the energy of love, the energy of law. So it's more about the collective consciousness. What are we doing for the collective? What I mean by that is, like for example, a lot of people hate going to work. I'll use this example. A lot of people hate going to work, right? Because of the stress. You're dealing with people you normally wouldn't be around if you had the decision to be around, right? When we go to work, we are around a lot of people that we're like, yo, this motherfucker, right? We like, oh, this motherfucker's a headache. So it's a sacrifice because you know you wouldn't be there if you were not paid to be there. So we look at it as you have to be paid in order to tolerate people. We are paid. It ain't even about what you're actually doing. If all we had to do was go to work and just do our job and that's all we had to worry about, nobody would really be stressed about work. What makes it stressful is we're dealing with a bunch of fucking idiots. We're dealing with a bunch of low-level savage motherfuckers. What do I mean by that? Because most of the people working jobs are there because they don't know anything else or they don't have other types of skills, so on and so forth. Meaning they're not there because they're beautiful human beings, because they're angelic, because they're prophets and all that. That's not why they're there. They're there because there's really nowhere else they could be. What the fuck they gonna do? Start their own business and be an entrepreneur? Nah, that's not how they work. So they have to be at a job. And we know just because a person makes money, that doesn't mean that they are a civilized human being. So we're dealing with a bunch of uncivilized savages, as we call 85%. We're dealing with the 85%. That's what makes it stressful. It's the people. It ain't the actual work ethic itself. So you're dealing with a bunch of people with either no self-control, they don't know how to control the tongue, they don't know how to control the eyes, you know what I mean? Saying things they probably shouldn't say, doing things they probably shouldn't do. So this is what we're dealing with all day. I'm not gonna say every day. We, of course, unless you work 7 days a fucking week. But for most of us, you're probably working 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, depending on your personal situation. So when we realize the year of the 9 is about everybody else, it's not really about you. It's about everybody else. Your contribution to the collective consciousness. You can say the 9 vibration is the collective. What are you doing for others? What type of vibes are you putting into the universe that ultimately will affect others? Because that's going to determine your karma. What I mean by that is, in the year of the 9, depending on how you treat other people and your vibes and your energy directed towards other people, this will determine the energy you get back, cause and effect, right? So this is a year where you want to exercise extreme self-control, because again, this is the energy of Mars. This is the energy of when people get angry, when people get mad, hatred, those deep emotions, right? When people snap, when people go off. All that's Mars. Mars is all about action, right? Action with the tongue, or bodily action, or action even through the spirit, spiritual warfare, right? So it's definitely going to be a lot of that going on, a lot of spiritual warfare. So that's why you have to expand beyond friends and family and associates and co-workers, and you have to go directly to spirit. That's why we're just showing y'all the El Cristo Negro, the Jesus Mervate. You got to go beyond people. You got to go into the realm of spirit and develop relationships with spirit, spiritual beings, familiars, elementals, whatever it is that you feel connected with, right? Some people feel connected to mermaids. Some people feel connected to fairies. Some people feel connected to dragons. Some people feel connected to elves. Some people feel connected to dwarves. So on and so forth. Salamanders. You know, depending on your elements, your elemental combinations. So this is definitely the year that you're gonna need spiritual assistance. It's not optional. See, some people be thinking like this shit is optional. It never was optional, but this year is going to be quite obvious. It's to the point where I even create sigils at the workplace at this point. This is just how serious it is for me. I mean, if I want to get through this day without extra bullshit, I gotta have a seal right there with me at all times. So that's just how seriously I'm taking it. So not only do I carry a seal in the wallet already, but I'm actually forging a seal in my workplace. What is it? Erasable marker, so you can just erase it at the end of the day. So I put a seal right on the desk, and I just erase it at the end of the day. But that's just how seriously I'm taking it. I'm not just about to come up in here and think shit is gonna be smooth. People are basically on demon time, right? People just waiting to be who they are because that's who they are, right? Everybody doesn't have the balance. Everybody don't have the angelic side and the demon side, and they're perfectly in order and stabilized. That's most people. Obviously, we wouldn't have crazy people in the world, right? We wouldn't have people that's all over the place if that was the case. That's something that we have to work on, right? And that's basically what I've been showing y'all the whole time with this channel. The balance between the angel and the demon, right? So as much information and knowledge that I give you, y'all see that I still got to deal with real shit when the camera goes off, right? I'll probably be dealing with more shit than most people, honestly, because of the lifestyle. I'm like, all right, I'm not just expecting anything to just pop up out of thin air. I have to go educate myself now. I gotta go read the literature. I gotta go have the experience. I gotta conduct the experiments, right? So every day you're in your laboratory. So every day I'm in the lab. If you look over right here, I got all type of tarot cards on the door. I got all type of magical, mathematical combinations that I work with on a daily basis. I just stay up on a daily basis. Like, I'm not ever just leaving out the door and just expecting shit to be cool. I'm like, I have to make sure things are cool. And in order for me to make sure things are cool, I have to activate symbols, sigils, seals, working with the demons, working with the angels, working with the gods, working with the goddesses. Like, it's no longer optional. And again, as we progress through this year, this will become more obvious. Like, okay, you try to do everything yourself, you're gonna have a really hard time. This is you could say the energy of a team, but not a physical team, right? People wanna try to make this dream team and all that. People are really not even worth it at this point. Let me just be completely honest. People are not even really worth your time if they're not on the wave, right? What's up, Jacob? What's your religion? We're not religious. We're not religious whatsoever. We are occultists, though. We are occultists. So I will consider myself an occultist. However, I do have a background in religion. All religion, really. Meaning I accepted Islam at 15. I went to Catholic school. Obviously, my grandparents took me to church. And I began to meditate and get into the Eastern philosophy when I was 18, right? So by the time I was 21, all the Western religions, all the Eastern religions. I done been all the way from Buddha to Christ, right? So I know about all that stuff. That's what we've been talking about this whole time over these 1,000 videos, 1,000 live streams. We be talking everything about from Buddha all the way up to Christ. Right? We talk about all of it, right? So we're not limited to any one thing. We study all things because they're all connected anyway. We just have to discover these things on our own. It's not going to be obvious, right? Nobody's going to tell you, like, okay, this is connected, read this, read that, unless you have like a mentor. But for me, obviously, I didn't have a mentor. Everything had to be self-education and self-knowing, right? Self-awareness. So basically what they say, I fuck with who fuck with me. So if I got a list of deities that I'm looking at, okay, which deity causes me to have some type of intuitive reaction. That's who I know who to work with, who to go to. I'm not really just picking and choosing. It's like, okay, if I'm looking at a list of deities and when I read a certain name, my body clenches up. I'm like, all right, I probably need to work with this person. No, or not this person, this spirit, this God, this goddess, whatever it is. So again, I'm at a point where I will have a physical reaction. My body just tightens up, right? So when I need to take a special analysis on things, I would tighten up. So if I come across a name, an energy, a spirit, sometimes it's people that's dead. So I want to also include the dead. So it's not always got to be a god, a goddess, a spirit. Sometimes it's the dead. The dead also comes to me as well. The dead may come to you as well. So I don't want to forget those. We're in the energy of the nine, death, and a rebirth. So we are in the energy of necromancy. So the dead will be very active this year as well. So you want to get a team of dead people, people who have passed on, people that's already in the grave, people that's already cremated, but their spirit is active, their souls are active. These are the people that's going to initiate us into the higher realms, as they call ascended masters, ancestors, right? These are the type of energies you want to connect with depending on your philosophy, your way of life. So you definitely want to get spiritually tuned up. Everybody's going to need a spiritual tune up, right? So whatever the fuck you've been on, now you have to take it to the next level, right? Because again, we're at the 9, we're at the highest vibration, we're at the peak right now. So when we start that new cycle in 2026, it's going to be a whole different energy depending on what you do this year. This year is going to affect the next 10 years. Not just the next year, the next 10 years, because we're going to start a whole new cycle. So everything you do this year, pretty much, this is going to be like a combination of everything that's been happening in the previous 8 years. So the 1 year started 2017. So everything that's been going on from 2017 to 2025, that has been a whole cycle. So when you think back 2017 all the way to 2025, that's from the 1 vibration all the way to the 9 vibration. So when you analyze each year, what lessons did you learn each year? What friendships did you pick up on? Spiritual friendships, what associations did you make in these last 9 years? Because all this will be put into motion. So this is really a time of reflection. That's why the past 9 deals with the past, because you're reflecting on what has been going on the last 9 years. The good, the bad, the ugly, and what do I want to take into the new cycle? So you can say out of 100 experiences, you may only take 9 experiences. Okay, it was these top 9 experiences that I want to take into the new world, into the new wave. All right? That's really what it's about. So this is definitely a year of reflection. And you just seeing like what are the best parts of these last 9 years? What really helps you to grow the most in these 9 years? What really had the biggest effects on you in these last 9 years? And this is what's going to be what really takes you to the new wave, the new level. Because again, all this energy is active now. The number 9, everything is active, right? Do you think this year is connected to the Hermit and the Tarot? Absolutely, because when we go to the Tarot, because we were talking about the Tower card, right? The Tower card takes you to Mars, which takes you to 9. Also, the Hermit has a number 9 on top of it. So when we think about the energy of the Hermit is who? Virgil. Virgil is the god into the underworld. The 9 levels of the Inferno. There's a 9 again. So the Hermit deals with those 9 levels of the Inferno. Dante's Inferno, he was guided by Virgil, aka the Hermit. So the Hermit knows about all 9 levels of the Inferno, right? As we would call, the 9 levels of purification. So this year, or you can say these past 9 years, when you think about being purified through the fires, because of course we have spoken about this several times. I'm always talking about purifying yourself through the Inferno. So while the Christians and Baptists, they purify themselves in the waters, we've always talked about purifying yourself through the fires. So this is definitely a year to purify yourself in the fires. Purifying yourself in the fires, meaning working with your more chaotic energies, your more clip-offic energies. Because again, we all have a tree of life, we all have a tree of death. This is the time to work not only with your tree of life, but also with your tree of death. Not only with the angels, also the demons, right? So that's what the hermit teaches us. The hermit is gazing through the universe through the Orphic egg, right? Because I know everybody has, the hermit card is different depending on which tarot deck. We're always talking about the Thoth deck. If you look at the Thoth deck, you look at the hermit card, the hermit is gazing into the universe from the Orphic egg, which we will look at as a crystal ball, right? What happens when you look through a crystal ball? You're able to make predictions. So crystal ball gazers are looking into the crystal ball. They may be looking into the past, they may be looking into the present, or they may be looking into the future through the crystal ball. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? So it's for you, your crystal ball in this case is your connection to the infernal. Because the reason why people will even work with infernal energies, because even if you look at the 72 Goetia, majority of the 72 Goetia are spirits or jinn, if we want to be accurate. They are jinn that have the ability to look at the past, present, and future. Majority of the jinn have the ability to look into the past, present, or future. So when you're navigating through the underworld, working with these jinn, they're going to give you information or insight not only into the future, not only into the present, but also into the past. So through your clip-offic journeys, and you are forging alliances with the jinn, they're going to give you insight because that's what they're supposed to do, right? It's an even exchange. I'm going to give you energy, you give me energy, right? What's up, S. Hicks? Salute to you. Salute to the goddess, right? Salute to you. Welcome to 2025. So ultimately, that should be, you can say, the journey or the goal for 2025 is making your infernal alliances. Become the hermit. What makes the hermit secluded in the tarot is because he's working with the infernal spirits. So that's why when you think about the hermit is the god of the fields or the god of the forests. It's not really the god of urban environments. The hermit doesn't really deal with urban environments. The hermit is basically the places you go when you're trying to get away from the city, when you're trying to get away from people. People go into the forest, people go into the desert even, the forest, the desert, the fields, because they're trying to get away from people. And when you are away from people, your spiritual currency amplifies. So this is what the number 9 is speaking about. You want your 9 vibration, you want your energy to be amplified by spirit. In order for your energy to be amplified by spirit, you kind of have to distance yourself from the populace, the people. Why? Because the people are only going to be reacting based off of what's going on. So whatever is happening in the news, whatever is happening in the stocks, whatever is happening in crypto, all people are going to be doing is reacting, being emotional. Emotional reactions. That's really all you're going to get from the people. They're just going to be emotional. So if you want to go past the emotions, because I'm sure you will be emotional as well, but if you want to go past the emotions, you have to seclude yourself or give yourself time to be away from the populace and get in tune with the spirit, especially the infernal. Because what the infernal does is, again, not only does it purify you through the fires, so let me explain that further. What does it mean to purify yourself through the fires? Because whenever we're dealing with the 72, whether the 72 angels or the 72 demons, you got the Goetia, you got the Notoria. The Goetia is the 72 demons, the Notoria is the 72 angels, right? What's up, Luciferian Jesus lover? Salute to you. Welcome to 2025. Whenever you're dealing with that 72, we're dealing with energies that are already present within us. Meaning the number 72 is already important, especially when you consider sacred geometry. None of these numbers are just by coincidence. It's not a coincidence that if you add 72 plus 72, it gives you 144. And they say the last people, are going to be the 144,000 That's what they say in the Bible, right? It's that 144,000. Well, that 144 comes from 72 plus 72. So it's a mathematical code that's telling you, okay, if you are brave enough, because the number 9 is the energy of bravery. It's the energy of being courageous, courage, right? So this is the energy of bravery. It's the energy of courage. It's being a daredevil, if you want to take it to that level. This is the energy, or this is the year to be the daredevil. So this is the year to do things you probably were a little anxious of doing before. This is the year to get it out your system, right? Whatever that may be. If you want to go a little bit deeper into your shadow, this will be the time to do it. So you being connected to the 72 demons and the 72 angels, which is just aspects of your own self. So we're not talking about you're just doing some shit outside of your own universe. All this is already happening within your own universe. So I would say, if you want my recommendations, work with all of the 72 Goetia and all of the 72 Notoria. You got 365 days, right? I'm going into the shadow into 2025 by being houseless, definitely. You know what I mean? That's definitely a way. If you want to go through that experience, how is it to really be amongst the people, to be outside more than you're inside? If that's an experience that you want to go through, that you feel that it will benefit you, by all means, right? Because I'm not going to sit here and tell you, well, you shouldn't do that, especially when y'all didn't see me do it. I'm like, all right, well, if it's necessary, if you feel it's necessary, then go through it. Just know that eventually you're like, all right, I'm done with it. Because it's not ever a forever thing, right? It's tough. It's tough though, because I need my computer to make music. Well, you definitely could still make music. You just need a laptop. Because basically what I was doing when I was out there backpacking, I would always have my laptop on me. Not one of those bigger laptops. I would always have my laptop on me, right? Because you see, I got this small motherfucker, MacBook Air, right? You see how that motherfucker thin as fuck. Just have that shit in the backpack. It's weightless, right? Shouldn't take up too much space. So just get you a light laptop, a MacBook Air, if you're into Macs. You get you a little MacBook Air. Then get you a little mic, right? Get you a little mic. It ain't gotta be this one, right? Get you a little mic, you good. You can still make it happen. It's just editing. It's the editing, right? Meaning, I was in the library every day. When I was out there, I was in the library every day because I had to go to the library, make sure the phone is charged up. I charged my phone up, charge the laptop up. Then, when the library closed, I'm like, all right, I got all night to do whatever I need to do, make it happen, right? And you really just have to be very strategic with the freedom it gives you, right? Because at that point, you have nothing but freedom. Like, you're not obligated to be under a household. You're not obligated to pay fucking rent and all that. So you should be able to stack your bread up pretty quickly because you're not paying thousands in rent, right? So if you're gonna do something like that, I'm like, all right, well, it's an opportunity for you to save money. Some people choose to live in their car for a little bit, right? So that's why I'm not necessarily against that. If somebody wanted to live in their car for a couple months, stack their money up, get them a couple thousand stacked up, and then do what they need to do, by any means, right? I'm not against that whatsoever. Your lease is over with. You ain't trying to re-sign your lease. You like, all right, I ain't trying to re-sign a lease. I'm gonna take a couple months, figure things out. By all means, do it. Because again, this will be the year to do it. That's why I'm saying that this will be the year to do it. This will be the year to get in the field and experiment with these demons and these angels to see what they really about. This is the time to do it. So go out into the desert or go out into the forest and then conduct your spells and then watch the results happen again. Because that's basically all I was doing when I was out there every day, experimentation. What deity am I working with? What seal am I working with? What sigil? What mantra am I going to be chanting all day? Because that's all I was doing. I'm chanting mantras all day, working with seals, working with sigils, working with spells, just experimenting because I didn't have nothing else to do, right? Experimentation. So that's all you gotta do. Just as long as you are in the lab conducting experiments, just don't be wasting no time, right? Is weed a good way to get connected spiritually? Well, I got the vape right now. I got the vape right now, right? Got the vape. I got all type of cartons right now. All right, I got all type of cartons right now. I don't physically smoke weed at this point. I just vape at this point. But this is just recently. I believe in just last year. So 2024, I just stopped actually smoking weed and I just vape. The reason is it's just more convenient, right? Again, I'm at the goddamn job at least half the goddamn day, right? At least 12 hours I'm away from home. So it's just convenient. I mean, all I gotta do is just take the vape with me. I'm good. You can just step outside, vape up, go right back in, no problem, right? But if I'm trying to roll a blunt up, smoke weed, now I'm going back smelling like weed, I'm like, right? So vape is in. I'm like, it's just not convenient. Unless you're an entrepreneur, you ain't really gotta be in a corporate environment. You can smoke as much weed as you want. It's just my particular situation. I'm like, I wouldn't even smoke inside this. I wouldn't even smoke inside no more. I'm like, I ain't trying to have my clothes smelling like weed and all that type of shit. So I'm just over that now. But if somebody offered me weed, like, yo, you want to smoke? I'm like, yeah, I don't mind. But am I about to spend money on it? No, I just spend money on the vape. So, to answer your question, is it a good way to connect? If you set the intentions to do that, then yes. It's the same thing with tobacco. It's the same thing with smoking weed or smoking tobacco. All this, we have been doing this forever at this point. All the way to the ancestors, right? The ancestors been smoking the tobacco. They've been smoking the weed. They've been drinking the alcohol, right? Our ancestors been on this type of time. They just didn't do it casually like the 85% does. The sleeping people. Meaning they just do shit just because it feels good. They just drink because it feels good. They just smoke because it feels good. They're not trying to connect with anything. So that's why they don't get the results. But if you make the intention, I'm about to smoke to connect with a particular deity, because that's how I had to learn about the attributes of the deity. So I would smoke, keep the energy on my mind, either through a mantra, like I'm just saying a name over and over again. And I just make myself an empty slate. I empty myself, because basically whatever changes I go through, I'm like, that's the energy of the particular spirit I'm working with. So when I cleanse myself, I'm cool, I'm empty. So let's just say I smoke, vape up, a little drink, a little sip. I'm chanting the name over and over. I draw the sigil. If there's a sigil connected, I'm going to draw the sigil, or I'm going to chant. So minimum, I'm just chanting the name over and over again, minimally, at the very least. So if I start to get certain thoughts, a certain thought pattern, I'm like, okay, that's the energy of the spirit. If I start to feel a certain emotion, that's the energy of the spirit. Again, just cleanse yourself, make yourself an empty slate, and then you just observe where your thoughts go, where your emotions go, where your desires go, where your memory goes. Do certain memories begin to pop up? You just want to observe your self-awareness. Basically, you're observing yourself and what reactions you begin to have as you're working with a particular spirit. And that's going to give you an idea of how that particular spirit affects you. And what would it be positive or negative to have in your life. So you'll be able to know it just by basically getting into a meditative state. Get into a meditative state. That's basically why you will be drinking or smoking, to get into a meditative state. Get into your alpha brain waves, right? Get into an alpha state. and then see where it takes you. Basically, put yourself in the passenger seat. We're always used to being in the driver's seat. Put yourself in the passenger seat and see exactly where it takes you. Instead of you leading the way, allow it to lead you, right? I remember you said years ago, before you smoke, set intention, then smoke that motherfucker. Works perfectly. There you go. It's all about intent. That's the difference between you having a spiritual download or you just feeling good and high because you smoked weed. It all depends on how far you want to take it, right? You remind me of Chris Rock. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like ever since I spent up my hair, people been comparing me to all type of people, and I just embrace it all. I'm like, yeah, whatever, whoever I look like, whoever I'm reminiscent of, I take it all, right? So it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate it. But wait till it get longer though. See, then it's gonna be like, oh, you're just you now. See, like right now I look like other people, right? But when I give me about a year, a year and a half, 2026. By the time we get to 2026, by the time we get into the one vibration, I'm like, oh, you look like you now. That's what it's gonna be like. Oh, you look like you. Cause I do something a little different. So I got some time though. I got a little time though. No rush. I'm gonna appreciate the journey because it's not easy. It's not easy. Like keeping up with this shit. Again, I'm somebody who had short hair pretty much my whole life. I probably tried to grow my hair one time before, but it was like, I guess I didn't have the right information. I'm listening to people say, okay, you shouldn't wash your hair because it's going to make it harder to lock up if you just keep washing it and all that. But then I'm like, I'm supposed to just be walking around with an itchy scalp and fucking dandruff and shit. What the fuck you mean don't wash my hair? So it just became like super uncomfortable, and I ended up just cutting that shit off. And that was like 10 years ago, like what, 2014? So I think the last time I grew my hair out was like 2014. And when I twisted it up, but it's like I didn't have the right information. I'm listening to people who probably had different hair textures than me, who probably had, I guess, more oily skin. I guess my skin is more dry. I don't really have oily skin. I more so have dry skin, so I have to keep myself hydrated, right? So that's why I keep the humidifier. Y'all probably see it in the background. I don't know if you can see it. It's right there. See that You see that mist? I keep the humidifier. So that's why it's always misty. I don't know if y'all can tell. It's misty as hell in here. I gotta keep that water element. Maybe it's because I'm a Scorpio, who knows? But I gotta keep that water element because I'm like, otherwise, especially because I'm a smoker and a drinker. Alcohol dehydrates you. THC dehydrates you. So I'm like, all right, if I need it, in order to balance it, I gotta keep that water element on point. So I always got the humidifier on point. That's besides the point, though. That's just personal. But just to answer the question, yes. If you're going to do any type of weed, any type of alcohol, any type of drugs, shrooms, LSD, DMT, you might as well set intentions if you want a positive experience. If you want something more than just something to enjoy. And that's because that's how people essentially get addicted. They get addicted to how it feels because they're not doing anything else with it. Because if you just keep it on a low vibrational state, it'll take you exactly where you're trying to go, which is just trying to escape. A lot of people do drugs to escape their reality. You do it to go deeper into your reality. That's why you should be doing any of this. Go deeper into your reality. Don't try to get away from it. Go deeper into it. Understand the matrix on a more intimate level. That's what we should be doing. Do you understand the matrix intimately? Instead of I'm tired of being in the matrix, fuck the matrix. Right? That shouldn't be the intention, right? But again, the matrix is tough. So it's like I understand. Like it's especially like when I think about my mother, like my mother was like her mother was like, it was, they had tension, they had beef. She moved out 15, going into not homeless shelters, what do they call it? Foster care and all that shit, right? So when I think about my mother and certain people who had hard lives essentially since they were born type shit. So like since they was born, shit was already tough, you know, because of the situation, the environment they was born in, right? I can kind of understand that. Because like my mom would drink. But that was before I would drink. I didn't start drinking till last year. But what happened last year? She died last year. So I'm like, I had to pick the alcohol up, right? Not to cope with it, but I'm like, to understand it. Because I'm like, damn, alcohol was probably the only thing that made her feel decent. So I'm like, I had to remove my personal feelings. I'm like, because I was an anti-drug person my whole life. If you ask me about smoking or drinking in my younger years, I'll be looking at you crazy. But as I mature, as I get older, I'm like, damn, some people need this shit. Some people need that cigarette. Some people need that alcohol. Some people need that weed. Because of, it may not be what they are going through currently. It may be some past trauma that they still are navigating through, some shadow work that still needs to be done. So, but they don't speak that language. They like, okay, you need to do some shadow work. They'd be looking at you like, what the fuck you talking about? Right? So you can't even talk to people in that tone. You would probably have to tell them you got to go to therapy or some shit. That's probably the only thing they understand. You got to go to therapy. But again, as I progress, as I get older, I don't really judge people too. I'm like, everybody do whatever they do. There's always a reason. They may not tell you, but there's always a reason. I'm just being open and honest enough. I'm like, that's why I do it. I'm like, I'm doing this shit because this is more so as a remembrance to my mother. I'm like, okay, she drunk alcohol. Let me take the best parts of it. So I'm like, all right, am I going to be an alcoholic? Or am I going to utilize this alcohol in the proper fashion? Right? Because it's already there. I'm like, what am I going to do with it, right? Am I going to smoke just to smoke? Just to try to feel better about myself? Or am I going to push it forward? Do it the right way? Because as we know, we all come from families. We've already seen what the wrong way does. Everybody, we again, you don't got to go too far. Everybody got people in their family. We see when you get into things, that shit takes your soul. We've all seen it, right? We've all been through it, whether personally or indirectly, directly or indirectly. So the only thing you can do is to utilize it properly. That's the only thing you can do is utilize it properly. Otherwise, it will destroy you. That's basically what it is. It's either going to destroy you or you're going to stay in control of it, which is not easy to do either. It's not easy to stay in control. Again, when that shit starts feeling good and all that, and your inhibitions go down, you may get yourself involved in the shit that you probably wouldn't involve yourself in. So that's what I mean by, as you see with me, I just stay my ass in the house, right? So that's why y'all don't really see me walking around doing too much with the alcohol and the weed. I'm like, I ain't really trying to be around people in this type of state. Or as we call it, not in a right mind. I'm not about to be around people when I'm in a psychedelic state. I need to be in my own space, be in my own thoughts. Then I'll come out after the fact. When I'm sober, then I'll come out and then people can see me. Well, when I'm in psychedelic mode, I ain't really trying to hermit, right? When we talked about earlier, I'm more a hermit. I'm like, let me stay in the house. Let me keep my demons tamed. I'm not about to take my demons out into the world. Because that's when stupid shit happens, right? So when I bring my demons out, I would say this is when I be doing the live streams, like I allow the demons to kind of, right? Just to be open, just to be honest, just to show you aspects where people just are afraid to show you. People ain't really trying to show their darker natures. They're trying to present themselves as something else. And as y'all see, I've always presented the real, the authentic. That's why I've shown y'all things nobody else would ever show you, right? But I made it a point to show you, okay, let me show you the darkness. So before we start seeing all the light, so as you see moving forward, we are seeing more and more of the light now. right? We're seeing more and more of the light now, but I definitely wanted to show y'all the darkness first. This is how it feels to be homeless. This is how it feels to have, you have to do things you really don't want to do just to survive. Like, I've had to do a whole bunch of stuff I didn't want to do just to survive, right? And whoever been in those situations, like, you gonna, like, you find yourself in situations where you're like, damn, survival takes over. You're like, am I gonna survive, or am I just gonna die in my pride? Like, oh, I'm too good to be doing that. It's like, is survival important or not? 'Cause you can be too good and just die with your pride intact if you want to. Or you can be like, you know what? This shit is flexible, right? What's up, Going Places with Dean? Salute to you. I felt that too close. I'm sorry, man. My mom passed the same way. I look at alcohol differently, definitely. And that's what it's supposed to do. That's what it's supposed to do, right? When somebody close to you, you just seen them going through addictions. You seen them going through trauma. You seen them just, you're like, damn, life was not pleasant to them. So the greatest thing in their life, you could say, was their children. That's what I feel. I feel the greatest thing in my mom's life was the children that she produced. It wasn't even what the fuck she had going on. She was like, yo, what I can look forward to is my children being okay. And so that's what I keep in mind. I'm like, damn, with mom not being here, I gotta be great now. I'm like, fuck, I can't fuck up no more. When mom was here, I can fuck up, go back home. I'm like, damn, I'm fucked up. Mom living like, fuck it, come back. No more of that. No more of that. All right, so I'm like, all right, now we just gotta go to the next level now. I just gotta move forward now. So I just always keep that in mind. So that's why y'all been seeing me. I'm like, all right, let me establish more structure in my life, right? In my younger years, y'all say I was on a fuck a job. I'm just straight entrepreneur. I ain't trying to do nothing in the matrix, in the system, living outside the system. Y'all done seen all these phases. Mom died, man, all right, fuck it, right? In a sense, she gave me the ability to make those mistakes. I learned things, but also I made mistakes. And when I made mistakes, I was allowed to recover. Basically, go into, what do they call it? Rehab. And that's basically, I would say, just moving back in with your parents. I mean, I was able to go back to rehab, get myself together, try again, fail, try again, fail, try again, fail. Right? So, yeah, that's why they were, those live streams were historical. I may end up putting them back on YouTube. I may declassify the files. Just out of, just giving back. Because again, I'm like, I didn't want YouTube to delete the channel, because I'm like, I done said some crazy shit in them past live streams. Those past live streams was super authentic and raw. If a fucking moderator goes back to those videos, they're like, yo, you can't say this shit. Again, we're talking about 10 years ago. We're in a whole different environment now. 2025 is not 2015. So what I was doing in 2015 may not be viewed the same way in 2025. We're talking about a 10-year difference. So that was my thing. I'm like, if YouTube wants to be an asshole and delete my channel, I'm like, at least I got my videos. At least I got my history backed up. So they just don't take the shit, and I'm like, fuck, all my videos are gone. So that's why I put them to the side. Let me back it all up. Let me back up my content. If YouTube go crazy, I still got the content. I'm not gonna really give a fuck. But if YouTube delete the shit now, I'm like, fuck, I don't got none of my videos. So that's what it is. So that's where I'm at now. I'm like, all right, I'll release them back to the public. I just need to back them up. But those 8-hour live streams, I'm like, I gotta have a big ass storage file. I gotta have a fucking terabyte. That's basically what it's gonna come down to. It's gonna take so much time to download and put that shit on a terabyte storage file. So that's what it is. I'm like, all right. I just wanna make sure I have everything backed up in case YouTube gets stupid. That's all it is. Once I got everything backed up, so I'll release it back to the public. Man, it ain't no big deal. And then I would put it on Patreon or something. I'm like, all right, YouTube deleted it. Well, you got to go to Patreon now. So right now I'm like, all right, I gotta back everything up. So I'm not gonna allow YouTube to delete my legacy. That's basically what it is. YouTube will not have the power to delete my legacy because of some shit I said 10 years ago. That's absolutely crazy, right? Because I know I was saying crazy shit, but it was not as crazy at the time. Again, we're talking about 10 years ago. Just like if you were saying some shit in 2005, 2015, it was probably looked at as crazy, right? So that's all it is. I just have to protect the legacy and not put it in YouTube's hand because YouTube policies are gonna change. Okay, that shit it was cool back then, it's not cool now. So we're gonna punish you for what you did back then because it's not cool now. That's how a lot of people lose their channels over some shit they did back then when it was okay. So that's all it is. I'm like, let me make sure that I'm protected. That's just me thinking mature now. Back then, I didn't really care about all that. I'm like, fuck it, if YouTube deleted, then you let YouTube delete it. Now I'm like, yo, there's way too many classics that I'm like, YouTube don't need that much power. YouTube don't need that much power. Especially if I'm the one that did all the goddamn suffering. I'm like, why would I put it in YouTube's hand? So that's all it is. So the live streams probably will come back. I just have to make sure I have a backup of everything. So if anything, we're not just forever lost. Like, damn, what the fuck happened? And I'm like, damn, I fucking I put the videos back public, but YouTube wasn't fucking with it. So that's all it is. So definitely look forward to it. So we ain't got nothing to worry about. Just make sure you keep yourselves alive, and we can enjoy that. We can go back in the past and reflect it, because the past has a particular signature. At first, I didn't really understand. I'm like, why motherfuckers is so concerned with these old ass videos? I get it now because I'm like, well, the energy signature is different. It was just a special time, and you can't duplicate that energy, right? You can't duplicate that energy because it's like, yo, I'm really going through this shit. Like, I can't duplicate that shit now. Like, I can go outside and make a live stream now. It ain't the same where, like, okay, you live outside. You're outside all the fucking time. It's different if I just go outside now and just hit the record button. Shit is different now. But we don't have to get too deep into that. I'm going all over the place. What's up, Osmosis? You didn't seem homeless when you was out there, because I was on a mission. I was on a mission, Immortal 72. That's why it seemed like I wasn't, because I was on a mission. I was focused. I'm like, yo, I'm not just about to be a bum out here. I can't do that. So I was always, that's why I said I stayed in the library, I stayed reading, I stayed on top of it. That's why y'all say I was still able to give y'all something even though I technically had nothing. So alchemy, that's what it was. I'm like, I would just focus on my alchemy. What can I give back? Even when I technically have nothing. To everybody else, I have nothing. I only have the fucking, whatever the fuck I can carry on my back. So the only thing I had to own is what I can carry on my back. For most people, they're like, damn, I ain't got nothing. But for me, I'm like, I got all the freedom I need to study up, to conduct experiments, to conduct these, whatever I need to do to know that this shit is real. Because I had to prove it to myself first. It ain't about proving it to nobody else. I needed to prove it to me. How real is this shit? How can I go all the way to rock bottom and then rise to the top? That's what it was always about for me. I'm not going to rock bottom to stay at rock bottom. I'm going to rock bottom to have the experience, to say I've been there, and then rise above it, which basically that's what y'all seeing now, right? We ain't got to think about that shit no more. But I had to go to rock bottom, so okay, I'm like, if anybody mentions rock bottom, I'm like, yeah, I'm very familiar with that. I know how it is to sleep outside on rocks, out in the desert. You really can't sleep because you ain't really trying to wake up and all your shit is gone, right? So it's like you not even sleeping really. You gotta sleep, as they say, sleep with one eye open. Cause you never know who may pass by, fucking looking at you like food. Like, okay, let's see what I can get. You got all that type of shit. So you're really not sleeping. So again, I know all about that, right? I still fucking have all type of trauma from those times. I still go through that goddamn trauma. Like if it get too cold, if I feel cold a little, I'm like, oh fuck, I remember being cold and I just had to be cold. Like there is no way to warm up. All you have is your own body heat. I'm like, oh, I still had those flashbacks. I still got flashbacks. Don't let me get too cold. I'm like, you know what? Like, it's getting crazy. So, I still got those flashbacks. But I'm appreciative of the flashbacks. Cause I was able to conquer it. And then like I went down, and then I lost myself. I went down to the Infernal, to the last level of hell, right there next to Satan, and I was able to overcome. That's the only thing that matters, right? I was able to overcome right there next to Satan, which is, to me, that's what you're supposed to do, right? Some motherfuckers want to go down there and stay down there. So that's what it is. I learned to keep a sig for equivalent exchange from you from those times, exactly, because when you in the streets, you're gonna be amongst other people in the streets. And what I learned was they all fucking smoke cigs. You know what I mean? They may do their own other drugs, but the cigs is like universal because tobacco is universal. So whatever other drugs they do, whatever other pills they pop, most likely they're gonna smoke cigarettes, right? Because that balances you out. That's what I had to learn. So basically, if a person is like too damn high from their pills or their whatever they put in their arms, they smoke the cigarettes to level themselves out. Like even me, I'm like, if I get too crazy, if I smoke a cigarette, it's like, for example, like if I drink too much, well, obviously this is tequila, so like dark liquor, right? Let me see. So, for example, this fucking Jack Daniels, if I had too much of that, and I'm like, fuck, smoking cig. I'm like, all right, I'm good. So it's like, that's why they call cigarettes squares. They call it squares because it squares you out. It levels you out. I'm like, oh, okay, I see why people do this. I get it. What's up, Indra or Idra? What's going on? The stream when Jesus was in the comments was too raw. I think what you're talking about I think that video about witchcraft. Yeah, you see, whenever I do dark ass shit, people just come out of the woodworks. I'm like, what the fuck? But I don't understand why they do that, right? Anytime I want to talk about some devil worship, some devil craft, some witchcraft, all of a sudden the fucking Christians just swarm the goddamn streams. I don't know why they do that, right? Because I would think, I'm like, why the fuck are y'all watching this? If you're a Christian or you're religious, why the fuck are you watching me and my devil worship? I'm like, I don't know why they just, so I'm like, if I want to keep them at bay, I just talk about some other shit. That's why you see on this video, this title is not too crazy. I'm like, I ain't trying to go through that at 6 in the goddamn morning. So I'm like, if I keep my titles okay, then it's cool. But when I start going into that crazy talk, all of a sudden they feel like they need to stop it. They feel like I need to be stopped. Like my soul, I'm a lost soul, I need to be saved. But they just don't understand. We've been in rock bottom, right? What's up, Tangela? Salute to you. They don't understand. We've been in rock bottom, so we got certain type of information that other people don't got, because we made those sacrifices that other people would not make. So they don't like that. They don't like that it's real. Everything I talk about is real. They don't like that it's real. Like they used to entertainers. I get it. People are used to entertainers. They used to people faking and capping, lying. That's what they're used to because that's what people do to make money, especially online. You can say any goddamn thing to make money. So when I just decide I'm just gonna tell the truth, what's up, Forbidden? Narts? When I decide I'm gonna tell the truth and fuck the money, now they're like, oh, this is different. Because that is very different. That is very unusual. People don't just get up on here telling the truth and say, fuck the bread. They want the bread, and they want the bread so bad that they're willing to tell lies to get it. That's what people are used to seeing. That's essentially what entertainers do all the time. Right? If I gotta lie to put food on my table, then I'm about to lie. But my motherfucking ass, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna tell the truth even if it kills me. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going all the way to rock bottom to get the absolute truth from the devil himself, herself. And I'm gonna talk it exactly the way it needs to be talked. Which is very unusual. Who the fuck is doing that shit? Alright, that's very unusual. These are not people you run into on a daily basis. They're not making those type of sacrifices. So people are just not used to it. They're not used to this energy. They're just not used to it. Cause again, it's like some daredevil. I get it. It's like some daredevil shit. Like, why the fuck are you doing that? You may not come back. And that's what it is. You may go to rock bottom and not be able to make it back. It was days that I didn't know. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen. I remember those days. I'm like, I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. We ain't even talking about next week or next month. Next year, I'm like, it was certain days, I'm like, I don't even know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I don't even know where the next meal is gonna come from. So I know how that feels. And then survival kicks in, you're like, no, well, fuck it. I gotta survive by any means, even if I gotta do things I don't wanna do. I will survive, though I'm not about to just die here. And but I'm like, I can't do that to my mom. Because my mother was always worried. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So I always had to come back. I'm like, alright, I'm straight. I remember she would be like checking my arms and shit. Like my mom would check my arms. She's like, yo, you ain't doing none of that crazy shit, right? I'm like, nah. I ain't got no holes in my arms. She's like, alright. Because again, that's what she saw coming up. That's her experience. She know how it is when motherfuckers got needles and shit on their arm. She know how that shit looks. She's like, I know if you're doing some shit you ain't supposed to be doing. Or I know if you on drugs you ain't supposed to be on. So she would know. So she was like, alright, oh, you just smoking a little weed, alright, fuck it. We ain't worried about that. That's not gonna make you like a thief. Well, now you stealing out of your mom's purse and all type of shit. See, this is what I mean by some people deal with these drugs and they don't make it back to themselves. They lose themselves. Now they stealing from family members and all type of shit. It would never got to that point. I'm like, I ain't about to take shit from nobody. Now, if I was going into a store, that's different. I'm like, I would rob a store, a business, but to take from another human being directly, I'm like, nah. I'm like, I ain't doing that. But that's because the morals are intact. But the drugs destroy the morals if you allow them to. So now you're not looking at family like family no more. You're looking at them as licks. You're looking at them, okay, I'm gonna use the love they have for me against them. We all have these people in our family, right? I'm gonna use the love you have for me to my advantage and take advantage. You're like, damn, what makes a person be that way? I'm like, well, when they lose themselves, they lose themselves, right? And they gotta discover themselves again. And that may take a while, if ever. If ever. So that's why, again, to go back to the point, a lot of people, they're just not used to a person coming from rock bottom, mastering it, and then rising back up. That's very unusual. That's not an experience that they can relate to. Most people can't relate to it. That's why I had to document it. I'm like, I felt it was important that I documented what I was going through. I just felt it was important. I'm like, okay, well, who the fuck else is doing this shit? Even to this day, it still ain't motherfuckers doing no shit like that, right? Because they don't want to show themselves in that light. That's why I'm like, all these motherfuckers fake to me. I'm like, I don't take these motherfuckers seriously at all. Cause if I only see you when you up, when you doing good, I never see you struggle. I never saw you go through shit. And I'm like, it's not that you didn't go through shit. It's just that you didn't want to show people that because you wanted to keep a certain image. You wanted to keep a certain light. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that image. I don't give a fuck about the light. So that's why I'm like, I don't take these motherfuckers seriously. Or they always show up with their motherfucking hand out. I'm gonna give you the knowledge, but hit up this cash up type. So I'm like, it's not authentic, it's not sincere. They're just trying to get by, right? So that's why I'm like, I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it. That's why, again, I don't get the knowledge off YouTube. I don't listen to these motherfuckers. That's why I say I've been around longer than them. Not in age, but as a content creator. So like I done already seen all these levels. I remember the original YouTube when nobody gave a fuck about making money. It was like, yo, just put yourself into the virtual world and allow people to make a decision for themselves as to whether they want to fuck with you or not. Because people will fuck with you on their own. You ain't gotta ask them to. If they want to donate, if they want to do whatever they want to do, they'll do it on their own. You don't have to ask them for nothing, right? So, but it's not even just a small thing. I see bigger channels asking for donations. The people with 100,000 plus subscribers, they still be asking for donations, and they get a YouTube check. That's just some shit that I don't understand, but it ain't for me to understand. I'm like, all right, so you already straight. YouTube already pays you thousands every month, but you still have to ask for donations. At some point, when does it become greed? When does it become greed? I'm like, all right. Because I'm looking at myself now, I'm like, all right, I can pay all my goddamn bills. I don't have to ask y'all for anything, so why would I ask y'all? That don't make sense to me. Versus before, I'm like, all right, if I'm an entrepreneur, if I'm pushing my astrology readings or my products, my services, that's different. So even then, I'm like, I wasn't ever just asking for donations. I'm like, yo, if you want to give me money, I can give you something in return. I have a skill set, right? So I don't ever have to just ask anybody for anything. I'm like, yo, if you're going to give me something, I got something to give you back. That's always been my mentality, but is that everybody's mentality? No, because they don't have anything to fucking give. What the fuck they going to give you? That's the difference. Everybody don't have nothing to give because they didn't struggle to get it. I only have things to give because I had to struggle to get it. All this knowledge, all this stuff, it was all a struggle. I had to earn it, in other words. It had to be earned. I wasn't born with knowledge. I wasn't born spiritual. Right? All these things had to be earned. So that's why even when I hear about people that's been spiritual like their whole life, I still be looking at them with the side eye. I'm like, you've been spiritual all your life? So how the fuck am I more advanced than you? That don't make no sense to me. That don't make no sense to me. I'm like, yo, if I was spiritual my whole life, do y'all know how advanced I would be by this time? I didn't get spiritual until I was damn near 20. I was almost fucking 20 years old. I'm like, oh, I'm spiritual now because spiritual shit is happening. But if I was 15, 16, 14, having spirits come to me, pronouncing their names and showing me shit, I'm like, you know how advanced I would be by this time? So even people, I've been spiritual my whole life, I'm like, yo, how do I go past you then? And I only been doing this shit not long at all. Not long at all. But anyway, without going into these rants, because again, I just, when you been to rock bottom, you just look at things like, cap. You're just looking at everything like cap. I'm like, you just see through all this shit. I'm like, motherfucker just on here to make money. They're not on here just for the energy exchange. They don't even understand what that even means. They're just looking at the views. They're looking at the money coming in. They don't understand currency. They don't get it. But that's why they get the hate they get. That's why they got all these people trying to expose them. They be like, oh, you don't get it. So you do things not knowing that it's gonna come back at you. Meaning they think it's okay to do bad business. It's not okay to do bad business. People gonna remember that. So that's why I say for me, I've been around longer than most of these people, and then nobody makes videos about me. There is not one single video I should renew exposed. Because I already exposed myself. You see how that works? And nobody can really make a video exposing me when I didn't already showed y'all. Like when I was homeless and I'm not gonna say I didn't have a direction, but I didn't even know what was going on the next day. What is there to expose about somebody who was exposing themselves in that fashion? What can you expose? Oh, he's homeless. Well, that was already known, right? Because I wasn't just saying that, but y'all already knew, right? So there's nothing to fucking expose when you have exposed yourself fully and completely. There's nothing to expose. It's just when people try to hide shit, then people expose, oh, you really got this shit going on over here. You got this going on. You're doing bad business. You taking people's money and all that. You taking advantage of people. That's when it gets stupid. And that's all we've seen with all these motherfuckers. That's why I don't take none of these motherfuckers serious. They always hiding some shit. And then when it come to light, they want to act like they wasn't hiding. Nah. Let me put everything on the forefront. That's the difference. You can't expose. So when you can't expose a motherfucker, then it's like, oh, you can do whatever you want, right? Because you're comfortable with yourself. You comfortable with your demons. I'm not walking around like I don't got demons. I got demons like everybody else. I just keep they motherfucking ass in the house. That's all. I just keep my demons tamed in the house. My other motherfuckers want to take that shit out the house, and that's when you get in trouble. That's when you get in trouble. So really, I've been showing y'all how to really do this shit indirectly. So it ain't even just about the knowledge that I'm speaking out of my mouth. It's like the lifestyle too. Do you want to be clean so that people don't, but you got to just not do people wrong. That's what it comes down to. When you just don't do people wrong, then people gonna fuck with you. As y'all see, majority of y'all been fucking with me a long ass time, right? It ain't too many new people here. Maybe a couple little, but not really. Most of y'all been around, so y'all done seen the videos that new people have not seen yet. Y'all done seen the other 1,000 videos, so y'all been around. So y'all done seen, so that's why it's different for y'all. It's different for y'all. But imagine if somebody's new, they haven't seen these last 10 years. So they put me in the same box as all these other motherfuckers who's doing crazy shit. That's why they be swarming my videos when I'm talking about all type of crazy shit. They have no idea what's going on. They look at me like how everybody else, with no morals, no values, to check over everything. So of course, that's why I get the reactions I get from these people, because they just don't know no better. Right, I'm alright. That's why I don't take any of it personal. I don't take it seriously. I'm like, y'all just don't know. Because if y'all knew what it took to get here, then you would have a different perspective. Oh, this is not a dude that's just been fucking over people all day. This is somebody who put everything on the line and was willing to die for it. Right? I would have died for this shit for sure. I would have died. But now I get to live for it. So that's the difference, right? But I would have died for it. But I get to live for it. So if I would have died, oh, this is just a motherfucker on YouTube doing videos, and fuck it, that's what it was. But I was blessed to see the other side. But I'm like, you just have to stay uncorrupted. We will be corrupted to a certain degree, though, just by being in this matrix, just having this human flesh. We will be corrupted. But do you repent for your sins? That's what it come down. Do you fucking repent? It ain't about do you sin. We all sin. It's about do you repent. Meaning, do you do it with proper intentions to get better? That's what. Like, are you doing it to get better, or are you just doing it just to do it, which takes you back in time? That's the difference. Some people do shit just to do shit, and it takes them back in time. It don't take them forward in time, right? I've been meaning to ask them, often have you talked to those homeless people that talk to themselves in the open? I assume they're in a different dimension. Or you're talking about, yeah, the people that, yeah, they're like in and out of the world. Yeah, those, you can say that's a, you can say that their shadow and their ego are united. That's just an easy way to put that. So like people that talk to themselves or that they feel like they're in a whole alternative dimension, it's the shadow and the ego as one, right? Which is essentially what we strive to do. You strive to unify your shadow and your ego as one. That's the goal. But if you do it chaotically, it doesn't blend like you would want it to, meaning so you can't tell the difference anymore. You can't tell the difference between the shadow and the ego. So when you do it unconstructively, you just lose, okay, I don't know what's the ego, I don't know what's the shadow. You're not able to compartmentalize what's what anymore. Because you did what you did without intent. Meaning you can do the same thing these other homeless people are doing. You do it with intent, you're gonna get different results. It's as simple as that, right? It's all about the intent. So if you go around feel like you have been victimized, oh this world is fucked up. We in this matrix, fuck this human existence. If you walk around with that mentality, then that's the results you're gonna get. You're gonna feel like a fucking outsider, and you don't even want to do anything that the masses do. Because you feel like you above and beyond that. So of course the worlds begin to merge, because that's the way the mind copes. The mind copes when you're in dire situations like that. That's why people talk to themselves. It's their mind coping. It's a coping mechanism that the brain does. Because if the brain just had to be in this fucked up matrix in their mind 24/7, that's just too much for them. So when they do their drugs and when they go to a different dimension, it's a coping mechanism, because they don't want to be here. If you wanted to be here, then you would be here, right? So they're here only because they have to. It's not because they want to be here, and they're not brave enough to take their own life. So they're just coping until the day comes. So that's just what it is. It's just an act of not being brave enough to end the shit when you already feel dead inside. If you already feel dead inside and you're just waking up every day dead, going to sleep every day dead, and you have no intention of resurrecting, then yeah, fucking life is a damn drag. Right? This is you know, little mini blender. That's all I do all day. All I do is blend up fruits. It's like blueberries, strawberries, mango, pineapple, probably apples. But yeah, that's what I do all day. That's what I do all day. All I eat, fruits and veggies. Blend up the fruits, got the veggies, and that's it. Might add a little fish to it. And then the Fiji water. Alright? we do. So we're just drinking the Fiji water. We blending up fruits, sipping on tequila. And then I may add the alcohol in the goddamn blend mix just to spice it up. And that's about it, right? Very simple, right? Very simple. My diet is very simple. My diet is not like most people's. They just eating anything and everything. I just stick to the same script. Stick to the same script. They scared of getting canceled and censored. Exactly. So I never gave a fuck about being canceled or censored. I never even gave a fuck. Cause I'm like, the only way you're even watching me is because you found me. You want to be here. You're not here because how did I get here? You know how the fuck you got here, alright? You're probably an uncensored motherfucker yourself, right? You're probably a cancelable motherfucker yourself. So we just vibe on that level, right? That's all it is. If I'm uncensored, then you gotta be uncensored, because why the fuck would you be watching some uncensored shit if you're censored? But yeah, it's fear. So when you get over that fear, you can just be yourself. So after I got over that fear, I just started being myself. Because if y'all remember in my very first videos, I didn't even show y'all the shirt. I didn't even show y'all that you see anti-super user. I didn't even show y'all the shirt. Oh, okay. All right. See, that my own little world. All right then. All right then. All right then. That's just what I'm doing now, though. You know, I'm not gonna wear nobody else designs but my own. But we already know that's what I've been doing. That's why I be showing y'all every video. You can see my own art, right? Excuse me. It makes me feel better. Like, this feels better than a $1,000 shirt that I could have got from a Gucci or a Fendi or a Prada, anything like that. To me, this is priceless, right? It's priceless. Because I designed it. So even though it costs a fraction of that, I mean, it's worth more to me than that. Basically, got to go beyond the money. Is your website back up and running? Nope. The website is canceled. But I still have all of the information that was on the website. So all the videos that was on the website, all the private videos, all the articles, all the documents, I got all that preserved, right? So I'm gonna just put that somewhere else. But so everything's preserved. It's just not ashrenew.com anymore. I took it down because I'm not even advertising it anymore. Like, I'm not trying to do fucking readings and all type of shit no more. Cause I just don't be having the time for it. It's not that I don't have a passion for it. I just don't be having the time. So I'm like, why do I have this website up and I'm advertising all these services that I don't even have the time to fulfill? So that's why I took the website down. I'm like, it's just, when you got the time, you got the time. So that's all it is. So now, it'll be in a different direction. It'll be something I can actually do, right? What's up, Ethereal? Peace. What's up, Vichahan93? I was following you when you were homeless. I learned a lot, as you should. I appreciate you. Like to hear. Appreciate you. You already know. We just getting started. We got about a year or two before it gets crazy. Or it gets like down here. It's like after a year, it's gonna be like right there. 2 years, it'll be like right there. So we got some time. Y'all just seen the beginning stages. When it starts getting crazy, it's gonna be crazy. Trust me. And you see, it's all It's not professional, as you see. You see my fucking parts are all over the place. This is not professional. Somebody didn't give no bro. This is all natural. So my shit is just gonna be chaos. It's chaos on my head. So I don't have a loctician or none of that shit. I did everything is self-made. Alright, what's up the real monster? Moonstar. What's up every day? With Ebo. Shalams. The shirt is tough. You already know. I got way too many shirts. The whole wardrobe is like... I'll be showing y'all shirts all day. But it wasn't until I started wearing like provocative shit that people was like, oh shit, I need that. But I'm like, oh yeah, you fucking debaucherous. You fucking debaucherous fucks. Fucking Las Vegas. See, when I wear shit like this, we're like, oh shit, that's cool. But if we're talking about the locals in Las Vegas, these are some freaky fucks. These are some freaky fucks. They don't give a fuck about this. You know what they want to see? They want to see the Scarlet Woman. That's what they want to see. I'll show you in just a second. Let me show you what Vegas want to see. So y'all know, I'm like, oh, like you motherfuckers. So when y'all look at me as uncensored, I'm like, yeah, this is just the energy of the city. This is just the energy of the city. Let me show you right now. Give me 1 second. I'll show you right now. Hold on. And yeah, I got everything on the wall as you see. Got the little, got it up now. Exactly, yes. All right, give me 1 second. Let me go grab this shirt. Let me show y'all what Vegas want to see. 1 second. It's over here. Oh yeah. 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 Yep. Got one more. I got one more. Yep. All right. So. So if you want to know what Vegas is fucking with, they want to see the baddies. Look at this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's what Vegas want to see. They want to see those curves. They want to see them curves. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh look at that. Oh, this is Vegas. This is Vegas. That's Vegas. Oh yeah, that's what Vegas want to see. I did show the shirt. I showed the shirt I had on. I showed it earlier, but this is it again. There you go. Whole world. All right. One more. This is what Vegas want to see. You see this? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What does those words mean? Anti-super user? What does anti-super user mean? Well, I started this brand because there was a group of people that were referring to themselves as super users, right? In the field I work in, it was a group of super users. They had the super user vest and all that, but they were treating my people like shit. The people that my team. They was like giving us no respect. So I'm like, oh, basically they were egomaniacs. They feel like they was better. They're the super users. Everybody else is just users. We're super users. So they had that mentality. I'm like, oh, y'all super users, huh? I got something for you motherfuckers. We're the anti-super users. So that's what inspired it. What inspired it is a bunch of egomaniacs treating people like shit, and I wasn't gonna let it happen. I'm like, alright, I got something for that ass. We're anti-super users, we're better than you, and I'm gonna destroy you artistically. I'm not gonna intellectually battle you. I'm not doing all that. We're not about to intellectually battle. I'm about to battle you with art, and I'm gonna destroy you with art, and that's exactly what happened. Now, the super users don't exist. They don't even want to wear their vest. I barely even see it. They don't, you know what, we ain't even about to put the vest on no more. Because I had the whole location. I'm passing out anti-super user shirts. So we got people in every department. Anti-super users, anti-super users. I took over the whole goddamn block. Anti-super user, anti-super user. So that's what it was. So it's based on real shit. It ain't just no shit. I'm just high and I'm thinking about, we should be anti-super users. Nah, it was because we were dealing with some fuckheads and I had to destroy their ass with art. I had to spiritually engage in warfare. Warfare. It was spiritual warfare, and we smashed their ass because it was like, yo, them shirts are just too hot. Them shirts is just too hot. We can't match that. I know you can't match. So it was a movement to destroy motherfucking egomaniacs, and we successfully destroyed their ass. We made it uncool to be a super user, because when you saw the anti-super users, it's like, oh fuck. You saw that art on the shirt, because I'm like, you know what? I could have just put anti-super user with no art and we're just an anti-super users. I'm like, no, we're going anti-super user plus the art. It's like, damn. That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? Spiritual war, that's what we're supposed to be doing. So I took matters into my own hands. People were going to managers, they're like, these people are not treating us right, yada, yada, yada. Managers wasn't doing nothing. So I took it upon myself to make it happen, and I successfully fucked their ass up. But it took about $1,000. I got so many anti-super user shirts, it's ridiculous. As y'all see, I just pulled out a couple. I got so many shirts, it's stupid. But I really don't even wear these shirts no more at work. I wear them outside of work, like right now, but I don't even wear, because they're like, we don't even need to wear it no more. I just wear regular stuff now, with my other designs. But I don't even wear these to work no more. We successfully destroyed it. So that's, if y'all want this backstory, it's because it's spiritual warfare. We needed to spank some ass. Ass needed to be spanked. They needed to be taught a lesson. Managers wasn't doing shit, just trying to be extra nice about them. All right, we just need to really just destroy them artistically, and that's exactly what we did. You see the styles, designs, there's too much, they can't keep up with it. I mean, they're not spending money. I was spending money every week. I had a different shirt every day of every week. It's like they just couldn't keep up with it. So like, imagine me coming every week, 4 new designs, and that's going on for months. You know, I spend like $1,000. But like a whole grand, shirts. Either shirts I made for myself or shirts I made for others, and I was just handing them bitches out. Some shirts people paid for it. Sometimes I just gave it to them. Like, yo, just rock the anti-super user shirt, because it's just hard as hell to rock anyway. I didn't have to force nobody to do it because it was artistically done. Right? So I didn't have to, hey, rock this because you're on our team. It's like, no, rock this because it's good art. That's all it was. So what's up, Ashe? Salute to you. So that's the story of the anti-super user. It's spiritual warfare. We are not super users. Meaning they feel like basically super users are like hacks. They feel like they can hack reality. I'm like, and that actually goes into the question you asked me, Ashe, because you were talking about um, you have the heroes, but then it always is like a villain, which basically are called anti-heroes, who are trying to stop the heroes. So you got the heroes, you got the anti-hero. Why is it always hero versus anti-hero? Because the anti-hero don't look at themselves as a villain. We may consider them a villain, but in their mind, they're not looking at themselves as villains. They're just the anti-hero. Meaning, if the hero does too much, I need to step in and stop their ass. Meaning, if Batman and Superman, if all they want to do is save the day and stop criminals and make the city safer, no problem. But when they start trying to influence things politically, when they start using their powers and abusing their powers, now I gotta show my ass. That's basically all comics are. It's like, all right, if you realize you had a superpower, the only way you're going to be able to balance that power is through the anti-heroes. If you realize one day I'm a hero, I have abilities, I can make the world a better place. The same realization will be discovered by an anti-hero. Like, you know what? If this fucking hero gets out of line, I'm gonna make sure they stay in line. That's all it is. The anti-heroes keep the heroes in line so that they stay just being heroes. Like, yo, if you be a hero. But when you start trying to influence some other shit, now I gotta pop up and show you that you're just a hero. Just be the hero. Make people's lives better. Be the bigger person. But when you start trying to influence this underworld shit, some underground activity, now I gotta step in and show you exactly what's going on. That's why that exists. So basically what I just explained, in the case I explained, with the super users in their mind, they're heroes. But they were abusing their powers. Technically, they may be very tech savvy. They may look at themselves as super users and all that. Like, okay, everybody else is users. We're super users, meaning we got superpowers and technology and all that. So then I pop up. I'm like, all right, y'all abusing your power though. You can't treat people like shit because you are a super user. So what I'm gonna do, it birthed the anti-hero. The anti-hero was birthed because the hero was doing too much. It's pretty much that simple. The hero was doing too much and they had to learn their place. So what I did, I just reminded them of their place. If you want to be a super user, be a super user. But when you start using that as an excuse to treat other people unfairly, now I gotta put you back in your place. Now I'm gonna make it hard to be a super user. Because nobody is checking y'all. The managers are just letting this shit go on unchecked. So when you can't go to the managers to stop some shit from happening, you're like, all right, we gotta take it into our own hands. If you brave enough, you're gonna take it into your own hands and you're gonna stop that shit. And that's exactly what I did. I stopped the super users to the point where they don't even want to be super users no more. Because every time you walk and you're seeing anti-super user shirts. So imagine being a super user and every day you got to see an anti-super user shirt and then it's better than the shirt you got on. Because it's custom. Motherfuckers walking around with custom-made shirts that's poking fun at you. Like, oh, like, it ain't fuck a super user. And all right, we back. Sorry about that. But yes, I had a whole shirt campaign. Not because I ever wanted to do that. See, that's the thing. The point I'm trying to make here is I never had the idea to just slaughter people with art. That was not my intention. I was just trying to go on about my goddamn day. Just trying to make my goddamn money. Trying to go on about my goddamn day. Just trying to make my goddamn money and bring my ass back home. Bring my ass back to the chambers, the infernal chambers. That's all I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to do any of this. But then I just kept hearing complaints from my team. Yo, they treating us bad. They do this, they do that. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing this shit all the time. I'm like, you know what? We told the managers they didn't do nothing. We keep telling them they keep treating us like shit. So imagine hearing that from your team and you're the leader. You supposed to be the leader. That's why they're telling you. We told the managers nothing happened. So what you gonna do? You gonna just let the spirit of your team dissolve because nothing is being done? Or are you gonna amplify their spirit and let them know, you know what? I got you. Fuck these managers, fuck these people who just letting this shit happen. I got you. So not only am I giving you a shirt, I'm gonna wear a shirt. And I'm gonna wear a different design every goddamn day. So, just to show you as the leader, I'm with you. I'm not gonna stand for this shit, and we're gonna stop it. And even if you are not repping anti-super user, I'm repping anti-super user. So if nobody else has on an anti-super user shirt, I have an anti-super user shirt. Because I'm gonna take it in my own hands, and I'm gonna be the one spending the money, putting this in. So I'm the one spending the money, I'm the one doing the designs, I'm taking time out of my day to make this shit happen, money out of my pocket, designs out of my mind. And just to let them know that we're not gonna stand for the bullshit. I gotta be the anti-hero. But as you see, that was never my intention. I never intended to be an anti-hero. But when the hero starts abusing their powers, that gives rise to the anti-super user or the anti-hero that everybody deems the villain. So I had to become the villain because the so-called heroes just felt untouchable. I had to let them know you can be touched without me having to physically put my hands on you. I don't have to physically put my hands on you because I'm not going to lose my job over something emotional, but I will put this art in your face and make you feel the pain even more than what a punch can do. I'm going to punch you in a way where you can't complain about it, because we all got freedom of speech, right? So you're exercising your freedom of speech to be a super user. I'm gonna exercise my freedom of speech to be an anti-super user, because you don't know how to stay in check. You don't know where your boundaries are. So what I did is establish boundaries. That's all it was. Let me establish boundaries. Oh yeah, we don't fuck with you motherfuckers because you're not fuck worthy. If that's a phrase, you're not fuck worthy. You're not worthy of the fuck. But let me let you know how unworthy you are. Directly, not indirectly, directly anti-super use. That's all you see. Anti, it's like, yo, what the fuck is this? So yeah, they're no longer a factor though. They didn't say anything. What the fuck was they gonna say? What the fuck was they gonna say? Oh, take that shirt off? You can't tell me to take this shirt off. I'll take the shirt off when they take the vest off. But they're not gonna tell them to take the vest off, so I ain't taking the shirt off. So they just had to take it. They had to take the spiritual ass whooping because they This was their creation. They created me. They created the anti-hero because they viewed themselves as heroes. It's just a natural, fun fact. It just naturally happens. Because who was going to keep the hero in check other than the anti-hero? So as you see, this is just archetypal. I'm minding my own damn business. I'm not thinking about no goddamn super user until people started coming to me with complaints. You're the leader. Do something about it. Yes, I know they're managers. They got their own managers, but the manager is giving them more power. You're supposed to be the leader. Do something about it. That's basically what they was telling me. Do something, motherfucker. Fuck the ranking system. Do something. And that's basically, I'm like, all right, I got to do something. I got to go outside of policy and do something about it. So that's what I did. That's the birth of the anti-super user. So again, as you see, even this ain't just no shit, oh, I ain't got nothing to do. This was not my intention at all. I was not thinking, okay, I need to start making shirts. I wasn't thinking about making no damn shirts. What caused this to be is the fuck shit. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna start rocking all custom wear. That's all it is. So that's why now everything I wear is custom, but you see it was sparked from real shit. And you just basically like, yo, if you a leader, you gonna do something about this. You're not just gonna let us be abused. That's what the team is telling me. You the leader, do something about it, motherfucker. That's the only way we're gonna respect you. That's not what they said, but that's basically what it meant. If you don't do something, how are we supposed to respect you? If you just let this shit ride. I'm like, you know what? You're right. Anti-super user. Because they wasn't going to be able to keep up with the money. I'm like, yo, you not about to spend the money I'm spending. You're not about to put in the time I'm putting in to design these things. You're not going to. So I'm like, I already knew they wasn't about to be able to keep up with the energy. Because as we see, y'all know how my energy is. I'll be on this bitch 10 goddamn hours. Who's going to match that energy? Nope. So I'm like, I already knew. I'm like, they not going to be able to endure. They're not going to be able to endure. Now, if I just made one shirt one time and just was wearing that same shirt, it wouldn't have had the effect that it had. But I had to be like, you know what? They got to see different shit every day. Just to let you know, I'm like, yo, I'm putting real money behind what I'm doing here. Fuck you, and I'm about to put the money into a big fuck you. It's more shirts. Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm fucking around? I got more shirts. Watch and learn. So you see, it's all based on real shit. When they wake up the demons, now I gotta see. I tried to keep the demons at home. Like I told y'all earlier. Tried to keep the demons at home. Now I gotta bring it to work. Now I gotta bring the demons to work. Who do you think was gonna win that battle? Because they had no idea they messing with the Demon King, right? They don't know who I am. They're like, oh, see, I use it to my advantage. They don't even know who they fucking with. They don't know. But now I have to show them. Okay, you probably shouldn't be doing this because it's not going to end well for you. I'm about to hit you with so much art, you become a fan. But that's what happens. The super users, now they're asking for shirts. Damn, I need a shirt. I thought you was a super user. I don't even want to wear the vest no more. Well, come to the fold then. Come into the covenant. We will embrace you. And that's what happens. Like, the art was just so dope. They're like, yo, fuck it, I ain't even thinking about that vest. So we converted the super users into anti-super users. And that's how you do it. But y'all think I'm playing? I got so many shirts, it's stupid. I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're taking it all around the world now. All the way to the east. All right there. They stood no chance. 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 I just had to let them know. They're like, oh. They stood no chance. They stood no chance. Like, goodness. 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 They didn't stand a chance. Sometimes you just gotta let motherfuckers know. Oh goodness. You just gotta let motherfuckers know. Oh. Damn, we didn't stand no chance. We probably shouldn't have did that. We probably shouldn't have did that. Oh goodness. Oh man. Just showing y'all this real shit, right? Just letting y'all know. Not just talking no shit, right? I got the evidence. Got the evidence. The horn god? Okay then. Alright then. They stood no chance. They stood no chance. They woke up the demon, they didn't realize what was going on. Oh yeah. Infamy. Look at that. Faceless. Oh goodness. What was they thinking? What was they thinking? Oh my goodness. On some afterlife shit. Damn, what are they doing? Something for everybody, right? Exactly. Exactly. We got more. We got more. We got more. All right. Y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. Take it to the aliens in the desert. All right. I am in the desert, right? I am in the desert, right? Oh. They stood no chance. Stood no chance. Hell Rider? Are we Hell Riders or not? All right. They stood no chance. Oh. We 93, right? They stood no chance. All right then. They stood no chance. So y'all two more. Yep. Aliens in the desert? Exactly. Alright. One more. Alright then. Exactly. Y'all get the point. Y'all get the point, right? Y'all get it right. So I just had to let them know, like, okay, we probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't do that. So you see, no cap. No cap. Whole closet is custom. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 second here. So yeah, as y'all see, they can't fuck with 93 on no level. As y'all see, right? They can't fuck with 93 on no level. They're not fucking with us with the knowledge. They're not fucking with us with the work ethic. They're just not, right? But yeah, Wise Man Wood said you gotta pop out and show niggas. Exactly. Gotta show motherfuckers, right? Y'all see, this ain't just no internet shit, right? So it's not just no internet shit. You fuck with us, it's just not gonna end well. It's not gonna end well. And that's what happened. So I had to level the playing field. To the point where it became a whole side hustle because everybody was asking for shirts. Oh, I need one, right? Because it's like, damn, them shits is hot. I'm like, yo, I need one because it's hot. So it'd be different if it wasn't. It would be different if it wasn't. But I'm like, yo, if I make hot art, it's just, you're not gonna be able to, unless you gotta make something hotter. You can't just match the energy, you gotta make something better. So they wasn't able to make nothing better. Because they wasn't willing to spend the money I was spending, and they wasn't willing to. I can show y'all designs that didn't even make it to shirts yet. If you want to see what I showed y'all the past, I showed y'all the present. So y'all want to see the future, just to make this full circle. I'll show you the future designs. Yeah, here we go, right here. Let me show y'all what's next. Okay, here we go. Because it's supposed to get better, right? It's supposed to get better. Did you get my message? Excuse me. Did you get my message a week ago? Where did you send it? Because I definitely did not get any message. Where did you send the message? Should be able to see this. Oh, goodness. Goodness. It just get crazy. It just get crazy. Just get crazy, right? Oh my goodness. It just get crazy. It just get crazy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Got something for the kids? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So y'all see, this is yeah, exactly. All right then. All right then. We got our own style now. Y'all get the point. I'll show you one more. All right then. All right then. Stop it right there. So, y'all see, it never stopped. It never stopped. We're just gonna keep getting better and better and better and better and better. Okay. One second here. All right. Yeah, I appreciate y'all going through that journey. That was a whole journey right there. That was a whole mini journey right there. But I'm just showing y'all we not playing. We not playing. We just it's just too much energy. They can't match it. They can't match it. It don't again. No matter if they're religious, unreligious. No matter what they're rolling with, they're not matching the energy at all. They're not matching the energy at all. Why? Cause they haven't seen a rock bottom. That's why. It's comfortable, motherfuckers. How can you match the energy when you comfortable? You can't match it, right? That's just what it come down to. I'm like, I'm not around people like me all day. I'm around people that's not like me. I'm around people who haven't had to go through these struggles at all, or no, not even close, right? They're the people who are they had both parents in the home. Never wanted for nothing type shit. You know how that is. Then they come playing around with a whole fucking demon who didn't seen rock bottom, who didn't had conversations with Satan directly. So alright. Unless you about to have conversations with the dark side, it's like, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna match that energy? But it gets so real that even people of God acknowledge me. So it ain't just a bunch of demons. I didn't have Christian that say you have the light within you. So just to let y'all know how serious that is. So it ain't like it's just dark side versus light side. Even the light side, it's like, yo, we see the light in you. Because you not around here just stirring up chaos and ego tripping and doing basically what everybody else is doing. Because they see that, like, yo, I'm not, again, I didn't have to humble myself, so I don't have the energy where somebody else who has arrogance, basically, for whatever reason. I don't have an arrogant, that's why I reveal everything to y'all, right? I done showed y'all everything. I'm not picking and choosing. So I'm like, let me give you the whole scenario, so that you have an understanding of why. It's not just what's happening, why is it happening? So that's why I like to paint the full picture so you can understand the why. So yeah, when you see me drinking this alcohol, you know why. When you see me smoking this vape, you know why. So it ain't like, oh, he just doing it just to do it. No, you know why. When you see me being healthy, you know why. Imagine trying to be healthy and homeless. That doesn't work out too well. So I know how it is to fucking eat fast food every day and shit that's just unhealthy. So much so that I'm like, I don't even want that shit no more. If it ain't healthy, I don't even want it because I didn't have so much unhealthy shit. Just out of survival. So like it just don't hit the same. So like, how you gonna top that? I sent it in Cash App. So you sent me a Cash App? You sent me a Cash App? What day was it? Cause I'm like, it's possible that you could have sent it, but it's possible that I didn't see it. It's very just let me know what day you sent the cash. Cause I probably didn't even. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't even be looking at my transactions no more. So I can understand how I may have missed it. I don't be even looking at the transactions no more. It's so much money that's being spent. I'm like, I can't even keep up with that shit. So like, it's to the point where I don't even, the only time I'm opening up Cash App is to put money in it. So I'm not even looking at the trend. So it's possible that you could have sent me something and I didn't even realize. So just let me know what day, December 19th? Alright. I'll check December 19th. Yeah, I'll definitely double check. It definitely could have. I could have just not even knew what was going on. I definitely was not checking transactions. So hold on. So I'll definitely check it though. Cause yeah, I literally had no idea. I had no idea. So yeah, I guess I would say just send me an email. Just send me an email. Definitely, just send me an email. Like if there's something you want me to know, just email me, and then I'll get it that way for sure. Cause I'm but that's what I'm saying. I don't be asking for the cash app. So like I don't even be checking to even see if anybody sent me a cash app. But I don't be asking for them. So I don't even have the mind to even be checking for cash apps. So that's why I wasn't even thinking about it. But the email will be lordasar@gmail.com. LORDASAR, lordasar@gmail.com. So if you got anything you need to say, definitely just send me an email and I'll get it for sure. Cause like I said, like if somebody sent me a cash app, I wouldn't even have known. I definitely wouldn't even have known. I'm not even checking. So if you did send me anything, I can just send it back. Cause I'm like, I had no idea. I definitely could just send that back. I had no idea. Okay, I guess less or no trolls during Mercury planetary hour or everybody at church because it's Sunday. Yeah, I was very strategic about doing this at this time. I was very strategic. I'm like, yeah, let me start my video at 6 a.m. because I started this video at 6 a.m. because I'm like, yeah, ain't nobody going to be on that bullshit. Then I also titled this kind of user-friendly, right? This is not really a title that's going to tick people off. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not trying to deal with that shit at 6 in the morning. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not about to make no crazy ass titles, right? He said, don't send it back. All right, yeah, all right. But I definitely had no idea. I definitely had no idea. Cause that's just where it is. I'm like, I don't be checking nothing. I don't be checking nothing. Cash related. I don't know how much money is in my account. I'm not checking the transaction. I just swipe the goddamn card and just go on about my business. Like I just spent 100 at the goddamn market, right? Every time I go to the market, $100 minimum. $100 minimum. Oh my goodness. You know, whenever you're eating healthy stuff, they're gonna charge you a little bit extra. So it's like I'm paying extra. All right, Maxie, salute to you. Salute. But yeah, we don't really have to stay here too much often. Well, stay here too long. We don't have to stay too longer. So I'll make a couple more points and we'll get up out of here. But again, like I said, I'm letting y'all listen to the sounds. I will be recording to these beats. Why? Because this is me stepping out of my comfort zone. Like with the drill and the hip hop, it's easy for me to write drill, hip hop, or rap, trap, basically drill or trap music. I can just write to that easy, right? But these Afro beats, I'm like, God damn, I gotta bring out an aspect of me that I'm unfamiliar with. So it challenges me. Like imagine me singing on a track. I'm like, that's kind of unusual. I'm like, that would not be my first inclination to sing on a track. But I'm like, let me come out of my comfort zone. Cause this, I can show you my comfort zone. My comfort zone is more. Let's see. Let me see. What is the comfort zone? Oh yeah, something like this. But the Afro beats, like the timing is different. The timing is different. So it's like I can't even make a point. I gotta make my point short. What I mean by that is, like hip hop is like a 4x4. Afro beats is like a 3x4. So it's like it's shorter. So like I'm used to sentences being this long. The Afro beats is like the sentences is this long. So it's like you gotta make your point like that. I'm like, that's kind of different. So that's what it is. It challenges me to get to the point quicker because you don't really have time. Like with rap beats, you can kind of explain. You got a whole 16 bars to kind of get into what you're talking about. The Afro beats is like you got to get to it quicker. So I can understand why like people sing because you can get more across singing than rapping. So it's like I get it. I'm starting to understand why. So this one, I mean, I'm like, I'm not just doing it. I'm like, what's the why behind it? I'm like, okay, I get the why. When you got a smaller frame of time, it's just better to fucking sing. And I'm not talking about like Michael Jackson singing, just like, you know, kind of groove into it. You know, the modern day, what people are doing in modern day time. So I just have to continue to expand. I'm not just gonna keep doing shit that I'm comfortable doing. I can do drill and trap music all day, every day. But with the Afro beats, I'm like, I can manifest an aspect of myself that's unfamiliar. So that's why I'm going in this direction. I guess even this beat is like kind of out there. This wouldn't be considered a trap or a drill beat either. But as you see, me, my taste is all the way on the other side of the planet at this point. Cause let me show something different. Let me continue to manifest unusual, unfamiliar aspects instead of giving y'all what y'all are already used to. And yeah, that's why I'm doing the pre-recorded videos. Looking forward to the pre-recorded videos. That's what it's about. So again, I can add more layers to it. I can add more versatility. Even just me talking regular, I can still make it like ASMR, so you're gonna get tingles from it. See, like right now, I'm sure nobody's getting ASMR from me speaking now. But if it was pre-recorded, and I can make the sound move and like it's different now. It's like, oh shit, it's different then. Yeah, when I put the mixing behind it, the editing, and I can make the sound move like a snake, it's different then. It's different then, so that's what I'm saying. I can do a lot more with pre-recorded. I can make the sound do this instead of doing this. You get what I'm saying? Instead of just going up, it does this. Which is what? Kundalini. Is that not the Kundalini? The Kundalini move like that. So I can make the sound move like the Kundalini, which as you see is not necessarily natural. It's not natural, it's unnatural, but it's technology. That's the power of technology. We're able to make something that's not natural. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So that's what I mean. This is not ASMR, but I can be having these same words, having the same conversation, but it's doing this. Just giving you all some insight as to how that works. I guess this would be like a more hip hop beat. But like soon as the beat come on, I can see where I'm going with it. So that's easy. But with the Afro beats, I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm like, I have to figure out the mathematical structure. Because it's like, it's not the same. Again, sentences, you can, you can just do that. But the Afro beats, it's like, wait a minute, you can't just do that. So I'm just learning the mathematical structure and like, okay, how am I able to approach this with a different mathematical structure? Which is basically forcing myself to expand. I have to continually force myself to expand. 100 as an adult is like 10 now. That's what I'm saying. I can't go to the goddamn market and just, I'm just gonna get a little of this, a little of that. Nah. You gotta buy in bulk. That's what I'll be doing. You gotta buy in bulk. Otherwise, I'm gonna be at the market like every other day type shit. I gotta buy in bulk. But again, it's just fruits and veggies. Like if you look at what I have in the fridge, it's just fruits and veggies. Just fruits and veggies and fish. That's as far as it's going. It ain't really nothing too exotic in there. I ain't trying to do all that extra shit. It's not necessary. It's just that I'm so sensitive, I'm not trying to eat nothing too heavy at this point. But that's why I say, it's not easy for people to match the energy. When you really living like you say you live, right? It's beyond the music, it's beyond the conversation. Like you actually emit certain frequencies. In our case, when you actually emit 93 frequencies, it ain't even about what the fuck you talking about. You just emit 93 frequencies. That's what it is. It's like it's very unusual and strange to people because where else would they be familiar with that type of energy? They wouldn't be familiar with that at all. Right? Check Dexter Daps. No underwear. Oh, I guess that's the name of the song. Wi-Fi, the content is sexual. I don't take the singing seriously, but he got that down. Yeah, we're at a point where you can be more creative with your singing. You don't have to be traditional at all. And that's basically what I am embracing, where I'm like, okay, I can kind of develop my own style. I don't have to try to sound like nobody else. It'd be completely original, right? So that's why it's taking me a little time to understand the mathematical structure of this. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. All right, let's see, what do we have? All right. But again, getting back to the purpose of the video, we're going all over the place. To get back to the purpose, the point of the video here, the 9 frequency spiritual warfare. Get on your spiritual journey if you haven't started already. Connect with your spirits. If you don't know who your spirits are, get you an encyclopedia of deities and just go down the list until you find deities that resonate with you and then make that connection. And then if for the non-pagans out there who are just straight God and devil, get closer to your God or get closer to your devil. Or both, if you go that way, get closer to God and the devil. If you're a little bit more fearless. Cause So it's the type of time we on, right? All right then. All right then. All right then. So whatever it is that brings you joy, that brings you happiness, get with that. Because that's the only thing that's going to keep you balanced. It's going to be spiritual energy that allows you to elevate beyond all this warfare that's going to be happening, all this political warfare. People's going to be dying. People are going to be scapegoats of other people's wars. We're going to see that all year. We're going to see people being sacrifices for bigger entities. And it's just for you not to even be involved in that. So you know what? I need something to go beyond what they're going to be putting in your face on the news every day. How everything is falling apart, how Donald Trump is destroying the world. It's gonna be all that, all through the media, all day, every day. So you gotta get with some real shit to be able to elevate beyond that. Because that's all the world is gonna feed you. The world is gonna feed you nothing but bullshit and chaos. The world is coming to an end. It's gonna be World War III. They just keep you in suspense. Everybody's on the edge of their seat, thinking somebody gonna drop a bomb and just destroy humanity in 1 second. And that's just not the way to live. That's not the way to be. But that keeps you on beta brain waves, and that's the type of time they want you to be on. They want you on beta wave time, which is always on the edge of your seat, waiting for the worst to happen and not being able to find any type of comfort. Because that's what keeps good workers, I guess. Right? That's what keeps the workers in check. So that you keep clocking into their system, you keep clocking into the matrix. But it's to go beyond the fucking matrix. The matrix ain't meant to take control over you. Do you have to be in the matrix to a certain degree? That's a part of the human experience. Basically, people are trying to live, or people are trying to have a spiritual experience in a physical body, and it really doesn't work that way. What do I mean by that? Everybody got all this spiritual information and knowledge and trying to escape the matrix. We're not supposed to be here. Human beings are not supposed to be this way. We need to get out of capitalism, and everybody got their ideology. Exactly. You hearing rumors of another lockdown. They're gonna keep you just in suspense. They're gonna do it through the movies. They're gonna do it through the media. They're gonna hit you through the spiritual teachers who are on the payroll of the government. They're on the payroll too. Don't ever be confused. They're putting out misinformation because they're paid to. And when I say the government, I could be referring to YouTube. If YouTube is paying you more money to spread lies and give misinformation, then that's the direction they're going to go in, because they don't have a moral compass. YouTubers are not good people, unfortunately. That's why I have to get into a certain mindset just to even pop up on this bitch. Like, it ain't even, this is not the way to be as a YouTuber and all that. When we look at you, these are not the people to inspire to be whatsoever. These are not the people to aspire to be. So whenever we got to go beyond that shit. But people love their TikTok, people love their YouTube, people love their X.com, people love all these things, whatever their source of entertainment. And at this point, knowledge and entertainment, because knowledge is entertaining now, right? We have clowns teaching, right? So the clowns are not just dancing no more. See, that's the difference in today's time. The clowns are not dancing. The clowns are teaching. That's what we are, right? It's not the dancing motherfucker you gotta worry about. It's the teaching motherfucker you gotta worry about. Because as you see, these are like the worst of the worst. Not the best of the best, the worst of the worst. These motherfucking teachers. That's why I don't even want to be called a spiritual teacher. I'm like, I stay away from all that shit. Occultist. I really ain't teaching you nothing. Like, I don't want to be associated with any of that shit. Cause I don't move like them. I don't think like them. All right, what's up, glamorous kid? So that's why I do what I do. That's why I be smoking, I'm drinking, I'm doing all type of shit, holding up the Baphomet just to show that I'm on YouTube, but I'm not a YouTuber. I'm in the world, but I'm not of the world. Right? I never catch you live. I normally don't even I don't even be live these type of days. Right? This is an unusual time for me to be live. So that's probably what it is. It's 8:46 in the morning right now. And I went live at like 6 in the morning. What's up, Blissful? Peace. But as I said, this is an unusual time for me to be live. Normally I go live around 3 p.m., 5 p.m., or whatever the case is, but I don't think it's very rare for me to go live at 6 in the morning. It's very rare. I don't know if I've done that in years. To go live at 6 in the morning, that's very unusual. But we are in very unusual times, so that's why I'm here. To bring y'all up to speed as to what's going on in the year of the 9, the year of the Hermit, the year of the Tower, the year of Mars, the year of Pe, the year of Geburah. So again, if you went to the occult, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Because Geburah is one of the paths or openings to the clip-off. So, because this is a year of Geburah, this is an opening to the clip-off. So expect very clip-offic activity. Because the portals are open. It's all about how you decide to use them. On a world level, people are going to use it for destruction and chaos for their political means and gains. Well, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. This is why we need to change the law. This is why we need to change policy. They're just going to use other people's misfortunes to push their policies. That's what we're going to see with politicians. Everything that's going on, they're going to use it. This is why this needs to happen. This is why this needs to happen. That's all we're going to see. Whatever happened is going to be used as a scapegoat to bring about change that nobody asked for, except the followers of that particular politician. I would rather be considered a fucking cult leader before any of this other shit. I'm not a spiritual teacher. I'm a goddamn cult leader. I would prefer that title. Because what spiritual people are out here doing is I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise you to do what spiritual people are out here doing. I would not advise it. Because they're causing just as much chaos as everybody else. That's just the reality. They're causing just as much chaos as everybody else. And the reason we see that, meaning the people that's supposed to be up here is down here. They're on demon time. The so-called spiritual people are on demon time. Why? Because that's the direction spirit is going. So when you consider yourself spiritual, that you're basically saying you are not in control of your destiny. Because if the spirit wants to go into demon time, that means you're going to go in demon time because that's what the spirit wants. It's just that simple. If the spirit wants you to be a savage, then guess what? You're going to be a fucking savage. You're going to do whatever the spirit calls for you to do. But when you are the god of your reality, when you are the goddess of your reality, you make the decision as to what direction you go in. The spirit can't tell you what to do. So that's why I'm like, all right. So you spiritual people are basically saying you're controlled by spirits. And what the fuck is the point of that? So you end up putting yourself in situations that you shouldn't even be in, and that's when it hits the internet. So and so got caught doing this, so and so is doing that, they're doing this. It's like you ain't even supposed to be over there though. But the spirit called you to go over there, right? You got called by spirit. Instead of you calling spirit, the spirit called you. You see how that works? You're not making the call is being made to you, and you're responding, not even knowing why you're doing what you're doing. That's the situation a lot of people are going to find themselves in. They're going to be led to do things that they don't even understand why they're doing it. They just feel an inner calling to do so. The spirit is just leading me this way. You don't even know why. But they don't need to know why, because they're fucking Neptunians. We already been through this, right? A Neptunian is led, or they prefer to be led, and even that they're led, they prefer to be, that's their preference. Their preference is, I want to be inclined first. I'm not going to do shit unless I'm inclined to do it. That's those type of people. So when you're inclined to act a goddamn fool, then you're going to act a damn fool because you were inclined to do so. So that's why those people are not to be trusted, because if they're inclined to turn on you, you think they're going to stay solid? Because their spirits are telling them to turn on you. And then the spirits that motherfuckers be fucking with be so commonplace. It's like, wait a minute, what type of research did you do? If people are still fucking with spirits that are popular, what type of research, what type of knowledge are you doing if you're still fucking with popular spirits? You should be fucking with spirits nobody even know the name to but you, because you found it in a piece of literature that nobody read. If that's not what's going on, then because there's spirits within spirits within spirits and within spirits. For example, the Loa. Whether you practice voodoo, right? Because you know I got the voodoo deck right there. I got the voodoo deck right here, right on the altar. And I already showed y'all the voodoo deck. But there are spirits that not many people know the name to. You got the Loa that most people know, the Baron Samnis, right? The Orzulis, the Oguns, the Shangos or Shangos, the Oyas. But they have names within names within names within names, as we call aspects. There are various aspects of these Loa. They don't just have one aspect, they have various aspects based on how you are using them or what particular aspect you're trying to manifest within them. So if motherfuckers are still talking about like they fucking with Ogun, well, which aspect? You can't just say fucking Ogun. You can't just say even Santa Morte right there. Oh, I'm fucking with Santa Morte. What aspect? Don't just say her popular name that everybody know. No, what name did she give you? If you really fucking with her, what did she tell you to call her? Because when I was fucking with her, she was like, don't call me Santa Morte. Call me by this. That's what the fuck you need to. I'm like, oh, I want to be referred to through this aspect. Because like, as you fucking see, I got it right here. But this is a particular aspect. You see, this is the rainbow Santa Morte, which has a different name than if she was just one color, right? So some people call it the 7 colors, the 7 African powers, right? So that particular aspect is a combination of all, which has a certain name, which is not Santa Morte, right? That's not Santa Morte. That's a particular aspect of Santa Morte. Each one has many paths. Exactly. So the paths is more important than the name. So if people are just saying the names without the paths, then it's like, wait a minute, it's questionable. Like, what fucking path are you on? Which version of Ogun? Which aspect of Oya? You can't just say the name and then expect me to like, okay, well, you're really deep in that. No, you're not. No, you're not. What aspect? And why? Because if you can't show me the aspect, then how am I supposed to know that you're studied and what you're doing, or you're grounded in what you're doing? Oh, that's right, you were inclined. This is not based on literature. This is not based on study. You were inclined. And those inclinations never led you beyond the surface, which is what happens majority of the time. They don't have original thought. They only can tap into the collective unconscious or the collective conscious. They can't tap into their own pocket universes, or as we call self-created worlds. People exist in worlds that they didn't create. Imagine if you existed in the world that you created. Because you have the ability to do so. Because we all call ourselves creators, right? So why are you not creating your own universe? Well, and what are you creating? See, people get creation confused with manifestation. But they did that on purpose. They purposely confuse creation with manifestation. So just because people are out here manifesting, well, I manifested my dream job or my dream car, my dream relationship. It's like, I just look at them with a blank face. Like, okay, so what the fuck did you create? Did you create that person? Did you create the job? Did you create the car? No, this was a car that anybody can buy as long as they have the money. Or this is a girl that anybody can get if you have certain attributes. It's like, people don't know how this shit works at all. People don't know people don't even know why they are attracted to people. This shit is not as simple as it seems. It is a genetic DNA thing, meaning what makes you attracted to somebody, it don't even have nothing to do with their features. It's not even what you think it is. It's not even what you think it is. But you're not gonna know that until you study. Let me see what else I got. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. Okay. So this is what I mean by nothing is what it appears, nothing is what it seems. People are drawn to DNA. It's not physical features, it's DNA. It's not even energy, it's DNA. It's not vibes, it's DNA. But if you're not a geneticist, then you're not gonna fucking know that. You're not gonna understand the way genes work. As a spiritualist, how do genes work? How do genetics work? Because we can talk about generational curses and all that, but okay, well, how is that possible? That has to have something to do with genetics. Transferring certain genetics through the bloodline. Because DNA, of course, has to take you to blood, and certain things are passed on through the blood, but you can only understand that if you study genes and genetics. So then you realize, like, oh, people are drawn to us based on our genes. So why everybody thinking it's their eyes, it's their lips, it's their hair, it's all this dumbass shit that don't have nothing to do with nothing. It's your fucking genetics. That's what shadow work is you purifying your genetics, your genes. Shadow work is necessary to purify your genes. We don't get this though, right? Because we don't talk to these people. They don't want to cross worlds. A geneticist ain't trying to study the goddamn occult. The occult is not studying genetics, right? I would have thought hormones and brain chemistry, all that is based on DNA. So you're not wrong, but what the foundation behind hormones and brain chemistry is genetics. That's why I'm taking you to the source. I'm not taking you to the effects. I'm taking you to the cause. What causes brain chemistry? What causes hormones? What causes dopamine? All that is based on your genes, right? That's genetics. Genetics is why you are attracted to certain things, why certain things excite you, and why other things don't excite you. That's based on your genes. It's based on the DNA. It's based on the blood. But nobody teaches that because they don't fucking know that because they're not real students. That's what I'm saying. I shouldn't be the one telling you that shit. Why am I the one telling you? Because we got infinite amount of teachers out here, but it's like they're not mixing the science. Right? They're not mixing it the way it's supposed to be mixed. Science should explain anything spiritual. But we don't really see spiritual people using science to explain what they're talking about because they haven't made the connections yet. They haven't studied the brain yet. They don't know what areas of the brain are activated depending on what activities they're doing, especially occult activities. They don't realize that it's the occult activities that stimulate the gray matter in the brain because the gray matter in the brain is not stimulated by everyday activity. When you're just going to work and coming home, spending time with family, coming home and doing regular shit, that gray matter is like that. Don't give a fuck about none of that shit. So that's why when they say, well, none of this shit that you do really matter. We've heard that before, but they don't tell you why. It don't fucking matter because what's producing the illusion, because as we know, life is an illusion. It's all Maya. What's causing the illusion to be produced is based on your desires, your emotions, your thoughts, and your memories. That's what creates your reality. This is how you see it. It has nothing to do with nothing physical. Desire, emotion, thought, memory. Right? So what about those of us who work with junk DNA or change our frequency in our home? See, that's the thing. There is no such thing as junk DNA. What scientists call junk DNA, they just have not found a reason why it's there yet. So they have, okay, this gene is there for this reason, this gene is there for that reason, but then it's a lot of these genes that they're like, we don't know why that is there, but we don't know why. They just don't know the reasoning for it. That's why we go to the spirit world, the spirit realm, spirituality, occultism, to get the pieces that they haven't been able to connect yet. That's why we go over here. Like, okay, well, what they call junk DNA is what I'm referring to as what stimulates the gray matter in your brain. They're talking about the gray areas of the DNA. There's certain aspects of the DNA that is not stimulated until you do spiritual activities. Certain matter in the brain, gray matter, is not stimulated unless you are doing real occult work that we call shadow work. Right? say a man knows how to activate, oxytocin with women. You don't feel there are people who can manipulate attraction. We manipulate everything in reality. So we're talking about the after something manifests. Like, for example, if we're talking about chemicals, chemicals have to be injected into the bloodstream. That's the endocrine system, right? That what we call the chakras, science call it the endocrine, right? So that's why we say what we would call the third eye, they call the pineal gland. What we call the crown chakra, they call the pituitary gland, right? These glands, give me 1 second. These glands have the ability to secrete chemicals directly into your bloodstream. That's what the endocrine system is. They can secrete chemicals directly into the bloodstream. So, when you're talking about chemicals, those chemicals have to first be injected into the bloodstream by one of the glands from the endocrine system. So what I'm talking about is before the chemicals even get into the bloodstream, you still have blood flowing through you, which is your DNA. So before certain chemicals even get into the blood from the glands, you still have blood circulating. The blood that you have already in you, uninfluenced by the chemicals, is what we call the genes and the DNA. So can you manipulate that based on the chemicals that are secreted after they are secreted? Absolutely. That's what we do, right? That's why that's what people call being romantic. What do they mean by romantic? That's why people light incense. That's why people play with certain vibrations and certain hertz in their home, right? To produce an atmosphere, right? So you got certain hertz playing, you got the incense going, you may got mantras that you're saying to yourself, whatever spiritual work you may be doing, whatever deities you're working with, whatever lighting candles, flowers, all this is to stimulate your senses, which causes chemicals to be secreted in the brain. Not in the brain, it's chemicals being secreted into the bloodstream. Once these chemicals are secreted into the bloodstream, which is basically us manipulating it, so that's why men wear cologne while women wear perfume. So you're going to have a different reaction. So if you approach a woman and then the first thing not the first thing, obviously you saw the woman, but when you actually get into her intimate space and then you're smelling the perfume, that's going to have a different reaction versus you're just smelling the natural body scent. So a man can be like, oh, I really like the way she smells. What he's really saying is you like the way that those particular chemicals that we call perfume mix with their natural perfume, which we call the body odor, which will be manipulation. That's a form of manipulation. You are manipulating your natural body scent and mixing it with additional chemicals, or as we call pheromones, additional pheromones. Your pheromones are mixing with the perfume and it creates a unique smell. That's manipulation, right? We're manipulating it because we're placing things on top of the natural body scent that comes naturally from the bloodstream. So we do that all the time. And that's basically the whole art of seduction revolves around that. How to be more romantic, how to seduce. Seduction, the art of seduction, right? So the art of seduction is based on you being able to secrete or cause the brain to secrete certain chemicals into the bloodstream because you're manipulating the environment, which causes you to manipulate attraction. You can cause a person to be more attracted to you with certain forms of manipulation. Now, if we want to call this good or bad, that's based on a person's own moral system, right? Just like you can say makeup is a form of manipulation. When a woman puts on makeup, that's a form of manipulation. It's still her, right? You're not looking at a different person, but it is a manipulation going on. Perfume, or cologne, makeup. Even just having your breath fresh with fucking, mints and all that. All the things that people do to have a pleasant interaction with another person. You can say all that is a form of manipulation. Meaning you're not, as a man, you probably don't want to walk up to a woman right after you ate a meal and you're trying to attract her. You probably, let's just say you just ate a whole meal, that probably wouldn't be the best time. You probably would want to brush your teeth, mouthwash, pop a mint in your mouth, then like, okay, now that my oral hygiene is fresh through manipulation, now let me go for it because I will have a better chance at getting my point across with fresh breath. Did I go through a process of manipulation to get that fresh breath? Yes. Did I go through a process of manipulation to smell as good as I do? Yes, you did. Did I go through a process of manipulation, makeup, or the hair, whatever that people do, male or female, to increase or enhance their chances of attraction? Are we doing that all the time? Absolutely, we're doing it all the time. Ultimately, however, it comes down to the genes. You can manipulate the genes or the effects that the genes produce. That's basically what people are manipulating. They are manipulating the effects that are produced by the genes. They're not really manipulating the genes, because when you manipulate the genes, the effect is more permanent. That's the difference. You have a more permanent effect. It's not really something that washes off at the end of the day. The cologne comes off, perfume comes off, the wigs and all that comes off, makeup comes off, nails comes off, all those things come off. But when you actually are manipulating your genetics, that ain't something that just come off. That's something that is a more permanent change. And again, that's what we call shadow work. That's you wanting to produce a more permanent change instead of a temporary change. See, the whole art of seduction is about a temporary change. And that's why when a person gets to know you more and more and more, they can either like you more or like you less. Because when they get to know the real you beyond the manipulation, because you can't manipulate a person. When they have been around you for long enough, they're going to see you for how you really are. They're going to see through the makeup. They're going to see through the wigs, through the perfume, through the cologne, through the fresh breath and all that. They're going to see through that. They're going to see your genes. They're going to see your genetics. That's essentially how things become toxic. Toxicity exists on a genetic level. All right? We just talking science now. You see how we can't talk one without the other? We can't talk one without the other. We can't talk spirituality or occultism without the science. The science has to always verify what the fuck you're talking about. Science has to verify it. Even if scientists haven't made the connections, you gotta make the damn connections. You gotta be the one to crack the code. You gotta be the one to understand this on the level where, like, okay, I see what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. Let everybody else do all this temporary manipulation. I'm gonna truly manipulate my genes, put in that real shadow work, and then allow that to attract people to me based on the work that I'm putting in. So the people that are attracted to me will be based on, You basically earned them. You deserve them, basically, right? You know how people try to say, like, certain people are out of your league. Let's give that example. Oh, that girl is out of your league. That dude is out of your league. Why would they say that? Maybe because a person is on a different financial level, or they have a different level of beauty. They may be a 10 and you are a 5, right? Now, the reason people feel that way, as you see, is external. Because whatever fucking job you're working or however much money you're making, that's external. Whatever of the physical manifestation of beauty, that's external. That's not really based on shadow work. Because you say, well, what is considered shadow work? It's work, it's genetic manipulation, basically. To give you a short answer, genetic manipulation. You manipulating your genes. How would you go about manipulating your genes? By having experiences that force you to face your shadow side, because we all have a shadow. Normally, we only engage with our shadow through dreams, right? So most of the time, we only even know what our shadow is through dreams. Just like every man has an anima, right? We talk about the anima, the animus. Every man has an anima. Every woman has an animus. Anima is a woman. So within every man is a woman. Within every woman is a man. Okay, so they don't, that's a little, depending on your level of comfort within yourself, it will be based on how deep you can go with that. So as a man, you should only be concerned with having a relationship with your own anima, your own dream woman. Fuck all these physical women. That they don't have nothing to do with the relationship you have with your anima. And if you develop a better relationship with your anima, you will have a better relationship with women on the outside because you are doing what you're supposed to be doing. Is genetic work, shadow work. Manipulate your genes by engaging with your anima. Manipulate your genes by engaging with your animus. I remember you mentioned this hella times. Exactly. Because this is what we're supposed to be doing. So I constantly have to remind, because we're just so much information and knowledge out there. People are like, what the fuck that has to do with anything? Genetic manipulation. Engage with your anima, and you would gain more ground with women or men when you actually do your shadow work. No amount of makeup, no amount of hair manipulation, perfume, and the art of seduction, none of that shit matter when you compare it to shadow work. When you compare it to, okay, I need to engage. As a woman, I need to engage with my animus. I need to develop a better relationship with my animus. So if you're having all this toxic energy with men, it's because your relationship with your animus is toxic. And vice versa. If you're a man with all this toxic energy towards women, it's because the relationship with your anima is toxic. When you heal that, then you will realize, like, oh shit, women are not as toxic as I thought. Or men are not as toxic as I thought. So all these people, men ain't shit, women ain't shit, all these men, it's you. It's you that's not shit. It's you. Your anima, your animus, because you don't have a relationship. That's what I'm talking about. But is that the norm? Are people going around telling you, hey, you need to develop a relationship with your anima? No. They're trying to tell you, okay, you need to be nicer. You need to be more what do they call it? Compromising. That's why people go to fucking therapy. That's why couples go to marriage therapy and all that. You need to be more compromising. You need to understand their perspective. It's like, they just like, okay. Because in their mind, they're like, fuck this person. This toxic bitch or this toxic nigga. Like, they're like, fuck that person. Not knowing that it is fuck them. Fuck them and develop yourself. And then you will realize, oh, they're not as toxic. It was me. I was a toxic motherfucker. It wasn't them. It was me. It was toxicity in my own genetics that caused me to be drawn to someone that brought it out of me externally. But then people just point the finger, oh, they're toxic. No, they brought out the toxicity within your own genes. And in a sense, they're actually trying to heal you. They will never tell you that, though. In a sense, those toxic relationships, partnerships, like co-workers and all this shit, is bringing out the toxicity that you were not aware of because you're not doing the shadow work. So how the fuck, what other way would you even know that shadow work needs to be done if you're not having toxic situations pop up? That is for a way as an indicator, like, you know what, I need to put some real work in. I need to work on myself. No, you need to work on your anima or your animus. Fuck yourself and your goddamn ego. Your anima and your animus is what matters. That's your shadow. The shadow of every man is a woman. The shadow of every woman is a man. All right? But nobody's talking like that. All right? You see how simple this shit is? But it's not simple when you're all over the place, not connecting the dots, just saying any goddamn thing. These people be saying any goddamn thing. That's why you see I always root everything I say. Hold on. I always root everything I say in science and mathematics. That's why, because you're supposed to be able to do that. If you're speaking real shit, you should be able to back it with science and mathematics. Right? Wouldn't even want my spouse to feel chained down, so don't chain yourself down. That's all you gotta do. Don't chain yourself down by not knowing your own animus. Because you have to have a relationship with your animus or your anima. It has to be a real relationship, like you have a relationship with your partner. It's a real relationship. It's just on a spiritual level. Better yet, an occultic level. That's the difference. So you have a real relationship with your anima or your animus. It can go all the way into the sexual realm as well. You can be fucking your anima and your animus. You can fuck them too. It's just not physical. But you see, that's a little bit too mind-boggling for a lot of people. They're like, oh, what? Right? So that's why most people don't really go into these things, because it activates your gray matter. Let me just say it activates your gray matter. But if you don't want your gray matter activated, oh, I need to stay within the norms, I need to stay within tradition, then you ain't gonna want to hear none of that. You ain't trying to fuck no animus or no anima. You ain't trying to do that. You trying to be faithful, not knowing the faith is the faith you have within something that's connected to you, regardless of who you decide to be with externally. So you can be single. You still got an anima. You still got an animus. Your relationship status don't matter. So your relationship status should not change your relationship with your anima or animus. But people don't put the anima and animus first. They put their external relationship first, as if that's going to do anything. It's not. It's just a placeholder until you do the real work. So people are just with placeholders. Imagine that. You're just with a placeholder. And then you're just extra caught up with the bullshit that they got going on, or with the energy they giving you. That shit don't even matter. They're gonna be who they are, like you're gonna be who you are until you decide to change. When you decide to change, now all of a sudden either that person is gonna get the fuck on, or they're gonna change as well. But you are always going to be the source. It's not going to ever be them. Don't wait for your partner to be the source of anything. When you're the God and you're the goddess, always remember that means the change has to come from you. Fuck your partner, fuck your children, fuck your parents. They're not going to initiate no change. It's going to come from you, because you're the God of your reality. It's just that simple. If you accept that title. But if you thinking, okay, they got it handled, or I'm gonna wait for them to change, I'm gonna wait for them to grow up, all right, keep waiting. And so, all right, let me just do the work. And the work I'm gonna do leads to you having a better relationship with your parents, your spouse, your children, and whoever else, friends, co-workers, associates. It's because of your own shadow work. That's how things become peaceful. That's how you have peace on earth, because you at peace with your own shadow. Very simple. You at peace with your own shadow. Not at peace with your external partner. Like, that fucking matters. It's people that's not at peace before they even get into relationships, so that ain't gonna do nothing. Then people be having trust issues. Who are they talking to and what's going on? It's like, fuck who they talking to and fuck what they got going on. Because you know you got shit going on the side too. You got a side nigga and you got a side bitch. See, but we don't want to accept that, right? Deal with your side nigga like you deal with the main and you will be just fine. But then people want to do all this physically, not knowing this is psychological. They don't understand it. Ain't this the main woman or the main dude, the side dude or the side woman. This is all psychological. Animus. They're just externalizing something that they're supposed to be doing internally. Once you realize this is external, then everything changes. Just imagine now the side woman or the side dude now is like, it don't have to be side anymore. It's like it can be how it's supposed to be. But you see, that's way too abnormal. Meaning it's like you, 93 told you to deal with lovers of your choosing, right? I'm just saying. But motherfuckers want to be traditional, like, okay, I got to do things a certain way. Like, okay, go ahead. But the people that invented these things didn't have the answers. They were limited based off of their personal beliefs. Most of the people that made this science and this math and all that, they were limited because, again, they probably were Christians. So it was only so far they can go. That's why I say you have to be the one to connect the dots, because you can take it further than they can take it. Because you're not limited to the same limitations they have. So while they were monotheistic, you didn't mind being pagan. You didn't mind dealing with multiple gods and goddesses. But that's why with people, they got one god, one wife, one husband. It's singular. They ain't got many gods, many goddesses, many partners. They ain't trying to do all that, right? And then the people that try to do it in such a chaotic manner. It's like, it's not even nothing to be inspired to do. It's like, so even the people you see doing it, it's like they're not even doing it the right way either. So it don't look like it's something that traditional people even want to engage in because of the way it just look crazy. So you see, it just this. You gotta find a middle ground. That's the only way. It ain't about being on this side. It ain't about being on that side. It's about the middle ground. I'm just telling you it in a way where it's undeniable. And it just leaves it to you. Are you able to handle your own shadow? Are you able to handle it? Because it's not easy to handle. It's not easy to raise children now, is it? It's not easy to handle your shadow. Right? As they call the inner child. All right, then. So it's a shadow work, essentially the relationship with your dark feminine masculine. What's the best way to draw out these unconscious energies? Is it through trial and error, or is there a way to speed it up? It ain't really about speed, it's just about dream work. You start off in your dreams. Make the intention to engage with your anima or animus. You start in dreams. And then it begins to bleed out into reality because of your interactions with this being. So as a man, your anima, you engage. If she comes to you in a dream, which it ain't even if, they always do, you just don't remember it because they're already attached to you. So it ain't like it's an energy that decides to fuck with you or not. They're already connected to you. So the more familiar you become with the nature of your anima or the nature of your animus, you begin to integrate it into your personality. So for example, if you're a more technical person, more mathematical person, But then your animal or animus is like a straight artist. You're like, damn, every time I see this motherfucker is doing art. They're showing me art pieces, or they're talking art language. They're forcing me to really, you have to go into a realm that you're unfamiliar with just to even understand where they're coming from. So when you begin to implement that, like, you know what, I need to implement more artistry in my life, even though that's like the furthest thing from me, then now you become an artist. By you becoming an artist as a natural business minded person who is not artistic, you become artistic. Imagine the type of partners you begin to attract from your artistic vibes that you are now emitting, and that's not your natural state. That's an unnatural state for you. But through your shadow work, through genetic manipulation, you have brought forth a vibe that is unnatural to the type of person the type of archetype that you embody, you can say. It's an archetype. So the type of archetype that you embody, you're able to reflect different attributes that are not connected to your archetype. So when you do that, again, imagine the type of people you begin to attract in your life by externalizing your artisticness. Or flip it, if you're naturally an artist and you're animal or animist, all they do, they just talk straight business. They don't give a fuck about drawing a goddamn thing. Then it forces you, like, all right, I gotta understand business lingo to even comprehend where this shadow is coming from. So as you become more business savvy, imagine the type of people you begin to attract in your life by being an artist. Archetypally, your archetypal nature is an artist, but you are enhancing your artistry through understanding business and making yourself holistic. See, now, like, oh, that attracts a different partner than somebody who's just an artist or somebody who's just a business type person. When you integrate worlds that appear to be separate, now it's like it changes your vibe because you're manipulating your DNA. Because you're learning from a real living intelligence. This is not you reading a book. This is you observing the nature of your own shadow. And then you are integrating the nature of your shadow into your ego. So the shadow and the ego becomes one. So pretty much just like a marriage partnership that has been around for 50 years. It's like they are inseparable. You really can't tell one from the other. That's what it should become. When they see your shadow, they see you. When they see you, they see your shadow. It should be hard to distinguish the two. But you have the ability to draw that thin line so that you don't become the crazy person, right? So you know how to keep these energies in check. So that's shadow work. Shadow work is integrating the attributes of your shadow into your ego. And then you observe how that changes your whole reality because you are manipulating a permanent change to your genetics, to your DNA. This is a permanent change. It's not temporary, this is a permanent change. So yeah, shadow work is just learning the nature of your anima or animus and integrating it. It's I'm not gonna say it's simple because you have to get into the dream world. That's not simple, especially with the type of lifestyles we live. Again, that's why you just see me fucking drinking fruit and just eating veggies. It's like my whole lifestyle has to revolve around this. It just has to. That's the only way for me to stay connected. So I'm like, all right, I can't eat like the 85. I can't eat an American diet if I want to have non-American experiences, basically. You can say my genetics is American, but I can manipulate my genetics to go beyond that, to take bits and pieces from every culture and like, okay, that's me now. And you doing it for real, because that's your shadow, again, which is a living intelligence, not something you made up. This is a living intelligence with a separate reality. You are interconnected, but they live a separate reality. Just like every time you dream, that's a separate reality. You didn't even know you was dreaming until you woke up because it's a separate reality. So you're engaging, your shadow lives a separate reality. So when you engage with a living intelligence that's living this whole separate reality and you're looking at ways to integrate it, but the thing is, it's not easy because they have attributes that you don't really, it's the attributes that you don't like about others. That's how you really know your shadow is trying to communicate to you. If you ever notice attributes in other people that you just don't like, that's your shadow. So if you basically, for example, you don't like arrogant people, for example, like, oh, I hate arrogant people. Your shadow is arrogant then. If it brings out that emotion in you, like these motherfucking arrogant fucks, god damn, if it brings it, like, that's your shadow. That's your shadow. You're like, that's how you know it's your shadow is communicating. Like, it's the emotion you feel behind, like, damn, I don't like certain attributes about certain people. Or I just don't like certain attributes at all. Well, that attribute that you don't like is probably in your shadow. So all these arrogant fucks that you hate, your shadow, when you integrate with your shadow's gonna be an arrogant motherfucker. You like, oh, I see. All right, I get it. That's me. I am this arrogant motherfucker. It's just a part of me I haven't accepted yet. And when you integrate it, the humbleness, because you can be naturally, your ego is humble, but your shadow is arrogant. So when you mix the arrogance with the humbleness, it works. It works. That's what you're supposed to be doing. It works. And again, it's cool. Like when it's a bad bitch too. Imagine like your anima is a bad bitch, and you like, damn, she's a 10. Whatever a 10 is to you, that's who she is. And you're like, oh, I gotta learn from this motherfucker. A motherfucker that you would consider out of your league. And for women, the dude, whatever a 10 is for you, for a woman, then that's what your animus is. So when you are face to face with this energy that you would consider like, damn, that's kind of out of my league, that's kind of far fetched. This is not really the type of person I would really even deal with, or this is not the type of person that I would think would even be attracted to me. You see, now you start to really understand, like, okay, how can I make this work? Because I have to become like her, or I have to become like him. Not fully, just to integrate certain attributes that are helpful. So that allows you to advance in life a lot further than you just would have did with the ego alone. And that's basically what our purpose is. Your purpose requires you to integrate with your shadow. There are certain attributes that your shadow possess that are required for you to fulfill your life purpose. Your ego, you can say, is only half of it. That's only 50%. The other 50% is in the shadow. You got to integrate that other 50% by getting to know your shadow, which is the complete opposite of your ego. So if you are a quiet person, your shadow is probably a loud talking motherfucker. If you are a loud talking motherfucker, your shadow is probably somebody who don't like to talk too much. It's the complete opposite of you. So it's like, people normally want to be around people similar to them. If you a loud talking motherfucker, you want to be around other loud talking motherfuckers. If you a person that likes to be silent and laid back, you probably enjoy other silent, laid back people. But now in this particular case, you got to be the complete opposite of your shadow. And you got to like, damn, how do I make this work? I can't just use my loud talkingness with someone who appreciates silence. So maybe I need to calm my fucking ass down and get into the silence and then see if I can hear their voice in the silence. Because they're talking, just in the silence. See how that works? I'll be right back. 1 second here. Okay, we're back. So an example of this for me is chopsticks. You see these chopsticks? I don't even use regular utensils to eat anymore. I don't use forks and spoons. I just use these, right? And I don't even hold my chopsticks like you're supposed to hold them. I didn't find my own way to hold the damn chopsticks. It shit look crazy when I do it. It don't even look like I hold my shit like this. This ain't even supposed to. You ain't even supposed to hold it like this. You supposed to do all some other crazy shit. I do mine irregular. So I don't even use forks and spoons. It's straight chopsticks. Cause that's just me integrating a different culture. I'm like, yeah, let me make this normal for me. And when this becomes normal, I'm looking at forks and spoons like, the fuck are y'all doing? Like this is a whole different. As you see, this is wood. This is not stainless steel. Okay, we eating with stainless steel utensils. I'm like, we were not doing that shit in the past, so why the fuck are we doing it now? Like, it's convenient, it's cheap to produce. But if we're talking about, if you understand spirit and you understand energy, you probably would want wood. You probably would want to eat with wood because wood is the spirit element in Chinese elements. They don't say spirit, they don't say fire, earth, water, air, spirit. They say fire, water, air, earth, wood. Actually, they don't say earth, they say metal. So fire, air, water, metal, spirit. That's how they do in the Far East. So I'm like, all right, I got the wood and I got the metal. I'll show you right now. I got the metal too. Metal, titanium. Got the titaniums. All right. So this is me. That's how I do it. 1 second. So I'm just giving y'all real examples. Like I'm really doing this shit for real, right? Just giving y'all examples of how I'm doing it. And again, that's why I have Santa Morte, right? That's not really a black thing, right? Again, it's Spanish. La Santísima Muerte, that's Spanish, right? So, El Cristo Negro, that's Spanish. All right? So I'm just giving y'all examples. Even Jesus Mervate, that's Spanish. This is all Latin, I would say Latin, right? This is all Latin. So this is me stepping outside of my comfort zone and embracing other cultures, other lifestyles, other traditions. Because it's important for me to do that, right? I hold mine wrong too. I hope I learn the right way one day. I gave that shit up. I'm like, you know what? I don't expect my non-traditional self to do anything traditional. So I'm like, you know what? The traditional way just don't make sense to me. But when I do it my way, it make all the sense in the world. I'm like, that don't make sense to me. But I'm like, don't shit traditional make sense to me. So I'm like, am I really surprised? So I'm like, I have to approach different cultures and traditions in a non-traditional fashion. And then they find you interesting when you do that. Like, oh, you hold your chopstick differently. You goddamn right I hold my shit differently. And I do it just fine. Probably hold mine better than you can get certain angles and shit. They're like, oh shit, that's actually interesting. Cause how else would they even have that experience? Cause all they know is the traditional way. So when you come with the non-traditional, that's like interesting to them. Like, yo, we didn't even know that you can do that. We don't think outside the box, but your ass do. You like, okay, everything is outside the box. So even my approach to Santa Muerte, though, it's a non-traditional. Everything is non-traditional. And I'm like, nah, whenever I try to do something traditionally, it don't work. It just don't work, right? But that's why you see me with the, right? All right, then. That's why you see me with the sand signing. All right? All right, then. See me with the alcohol and the smoke, right? You see, all right, then. All right, then. It's the only thing. Keep me with a box of American spirits. I'm not playing. Stay with a box of these. Stay with a box. All right? See, it's not even. It's still full of cigs. Right? Full of cigs. I'm gonna take one out right now, though. See, what I do is, I just hold the cig in my mouth and just taste the tobacco. I just inhale the tobacco. And that's enough to give me a buzz. That's enough to give me a buzz. So, yeah, me just doing this, I'm just inhaling. And I'm just tasting the tobacco. Just the taste of the tobacco. That's enough. I don't ever have to light it up. I just enjoy the taste. All right? Because tobacco actually smells good when it's not being burnt, right? For anybody who has smelled tobacco, it actually smells decent. You actually can purify things in tobacco. Like if you wanted to remove a smell from something, you can drop it in tobacco and rub it in tobacco, then that tobacco is going to get that smell out. So tobacco is powerful, without being smoked, right? So yeah, just the taste of it. I wonder if it's different depending on which age and country you get, for sure. Because some Asians are like us. Like, they are the niggas of the Asians. But then you got the whites of the Asians. So they got race, it's race within race. Just like there are whites that are black and whites that are white. That's for every race. Every race, you got the niggas of every race and you got the whites of every race. So yes, in Asians, it's no different. Like, they can easily tell each other apart. It may be kind of hard for us to tell them apart, right? We may not be able to tell them apart. Like, yeah, we don't know, like, who's Filipino, who's Korean, who's Japanese, who's Chinese. Like, we probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but they can tell the difference. They know the difference. Just as clear as white and black is to us, is just as clear to them. So that's why I always say, get with the people that resonates with you. So in your case, if it's the Filipinos, then fuck with those who fuck with you. Cause then they become the entrance into the culture. Cause they'll take you through the culture because they already vibe with you on that level. Oh, you showing me shit? I'm about to show you shit. So that's how that goes. It's always an even exchange. They listen to R&B and everything in California. You start learning, I guess, all different Asian cultures. Yeah, exactly. That's why California is a pretty smooth place to be. It's actually like my experience living there. Like I already told y'all about the Latin people. I was embraced by the Latin people. That's why I didn't even smoke. The whole reason why I even embraced THC was because of the Latin culture. Because they embraced me. Oh, you one of us. I'm like, how the fuck did I become one of y'all? We about to bring you in, hey, smoke with us. I'm like, I don't smoke. It's like, bro, we about to go to work though. We not asking you to come smoke and we just about to hang around. Like, no, let's get high and go to work and make money. I'm like, wait a minute, okay, it's hard for me to say, okay, I don't that. Like, alright, I can do that. Cause these motherfuckers was just always happy and shit. And I'm like, how the fuck are you happy all day? It's like, yo, we just fucking smoke on break. What do you mean? I'm like, that's what it is? We just not taking this shit seriously. I'm like, oh. And I'm taking it super serious because I'm completely sober and locked into the position. They're like, you gotta be on. So that's good to hear. A lot of black and brown people be at war with each other. It's because they're toxic. That's all it is. It's the toxicity in their own genetics that allowed them to not embrace other cultures. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just toxicity. It's their own genetics. And that's why I said when you put in the work you put in, you're going to be embraced by those who can see that. Like, oh, they a little bit different. Right? You already know, no feelings. For sure. You know? It's all business. It's all, well, that's what Saturn would say, right? That's what Saturn would say. Saturn would say it's all business. A lot of people be at war with themselves. That's all it ever is. That's why you don't get caught up in it. It's like, yeah, they at war with themselves. How do I know? Because when I was in LA, moving around, navigating around, being in them streets, I was in Latin communities, I was in black communities, Asian communities, white communities. I was all over the goddamn place, right? But it wasn't really too much of anything happening to me. It's like even like for example, like East LA, certain parts is like, yeah, the black and brown, they don't really blend like that. It is Los Angeles or in California as a whole is very segregated. Especially, and it comes, you can say, mainly from the jails because it's segregated in jails. They bring it out and then it's a continuation, right? So we can talk about the deep-seated issues, the technicalities, but ultimately it's your shadow because even with that being the case, even with the majority not fucking with the majority, you can be one of the ones who bypass, those laws. You can bypass the laws. Even with police. Again, I didn't interact with police and they didn't let me get away with shit they was not supposed to let me get away with. I'm like, yo, you was not supposed to let me just drive off. You was not supposed to just let me drive off. Oh, I don't have a license. I'm like, all right, just take it easy. You was not supposed to let me go. You was supposed to lock my ass up and confiscate the car. But because they felt the sincerity, which they even told me, they're like, you know what? Since you being honest, just go ahead. Since you wasn't trying to make up lies, go ahead. Because I just told the truth. I don't got a goddamn license. Here's the idea. And the car is not stolen. It's not a stolen car. Here's the idea, man. That's all I got, though. They're like, all right, go ahead. They were in legal means to do whatever they wanted to do. And we hear all the stories about what happens when you get pulled over. But I cannot say that I've ever been pulled over and some crazy shit has happened. If anything, they have allowed me to get away with things they probably shouldn't have. That's my experience. My experience with the cops after shadow work. See, let me point that out. When I first got to LA and I didn't know anything about nothing, I was getting pulled over by cops just riding my bike. They pulled me over, they fucking put me in detention. What is it called? They detained my ass. You know you ain't supposed to be riding this fucking bike without a goddamn light. I'm like, I didn't know. I just got here. How the fuck was I supposed to know? All right, don't worry, but put a goddamn light on the bike. That's what was going on at first. Getting pushed up on gangbangers. Where you from? It's like, bitch, I live on the same block you on. What the fuck you asking me where? Like, you didn't see me come out the house? But that was the start. Niggas was not giving me no passes. Like, who the fuck is this guy? But as I did more and more shadow work, that shit stopped happening. Now, when the interactions with the cops is, they bending laws for me. Gang members bending laws for me. Why are they bending laws? They don't have to. Traditionally, they're supposed to whoop my fucking ass or put my ass in jail if they were going by tradition. But because of the shadow work, they're like, go right ahead. Why? Because I didn't put on the front like, I'm innocent and I'm not really innocent. I'm like, yeah, I'm guilty. Fuck it. Yeah, I did it. I'm guilty. Like, oh, you just gonna admit your guilt? Yep, I did it. You know what? Fuck it. Go ahead then. Because if you were trying to play innocent and you wasn't, then I would have felt the way. I'm like, oh, this is how this works. I'm like, okay. I see how this works. It's like, oh, they are so used to people, guilty people, pretending to be innocent when the guilty just say they're guilty. Then it's like, all right, well, do you really have to go to jail? Why would we send you to jail when you're already showing us that you can take accountability for your actions? Because that's why a person would have to go to jail. It's like they're not taking accountability. It's like, you know you did that shit, but you telling them you didn't. But like, yeah, I did it. They're like, you know what? Lesson learned. Go right ahead. But again, that had to be earned. That wasn't always the case. That had to be earned. I'm just giving you all examples. What's your take on self-defense weapons? Well, we have the right to bear arms in America, so if you are a person that's into guns, because I know it's a lot of people that's just like fascinated with guns. I'm like, if that's your passion, if that's your fascination, then fuck it. Get as many weapons as you please. Do they affect us in any way? Self-defense weapons? I guess you're basically asking, like, should you be carrying a weapon and shit? Because, you know, it's dangerous out here in these streets. Do you need to keep the pistol on you? Do you need to defend yourself with weaponry? Because of the way shit is. And I would say just realize that guns are gods. Then you will look at things differently. If you look at a gun as a god or a goddess, then you're like, what's really going on here? You look at the metal is what? Steel or iron. That's Mars. Mars control iron. So if guns are iron or steel, that's the energy of Mars. Ogun. Zarabanda. Wherever you want to go with it. The god of war. What is that? Aries. So use it for that reason. Use it for that reason. Use it to connect with a particular energy. Because even if you never have to pull the weapon, you're still gaining wisdom from it. That's what you should be doing. Because most likely you're probably not going to have to use it majority of the time. But if you got it on you, if you're a person that just wants to carry a weapon, then you might as well gain wisdom from it without having to actually utilize it in action. So that's my perspective. If you're going to carry around that metal, might as well tap into the spirit of metal or iron, the spirit of iron. If you're going to carry the iron, then tap into the spirit of iron. Get some wisdom from it. Because then you're not just walking around ready to pull it out on motherfuckers. Because you got a whole nother situation going on. So you ain't even paying attention like that. A lot of motherfuckers they pay extra attention because they ain't got shit else going on in their minds. They don't have enough going on, so of course they're looking at every little thing. Like the earth ain't that goddamn interesting. Unfortunately, life is not that interesting for you to just be overly concerned with this shit. Like nothing else matters. We are multi-dimensional beings. This is not the end all be all. For many people it is though. So our motherfuckers be going to jail over they women, getting mad, arguing with other dudes. Is it really worth it? Nah. When it's your turn, it's your turn. It's just as simple as that. When it's your turn, embrace it. When it's no longer your turn, accept it. Well, because most people are not premeditated killers. Right? Most people are not premeditated killers. Most people end up in jail and all that because they made an emotional reaction. Because they were overwhelmed by emotion. Their fucking wife of 10 years, they walked in on them, sucking balls and shit. Like, they just could not emotionally process that. So now they want to kill everything type shit. Putting their hands on people and shit. Because, yes, I'm not going to lie, it is disrespectful. Like, if you bring in another man or woman into the same household your wife is in or your husband is in, I'm like, okay, yeah, that is kind of toxic. Like, just go to their goddamn house. Why you bringing them in the same bed that your wife or husband is sleeping in the same house? I'm like, okay, yeah, that is kind of crazy. However, is it worth the emotional response? Nah. Because you know, like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to do shadow work and then attract a better partner. Why are you tripping? Like, oh, this come to an end. It's time for me to move on to something greater and better. Not go all the way to rock bottom and lose everything. And then they are still free, still doing the same shit they was doing. It's like, mathematically, that doesn't make sense. And it's as if they planned for it to be that way. Okay, I know they gonna trip out. So I'm gonna do this, put myself in this situation, then get them out the picture. See, motherfuckers be plotting. This is strategy. It's strategy. I know they gonna blow up, and I'm gonna call the cops. They can plan it ahead of time. Cause people play. That's how, when shit get toxic. That's how it is. They're planning. They're planning for you to do, or they're hoping and wishing you do the wrong thing, not the right thing. Because that's just a way for them to get out of the relationship without having to go out the hard way. So they want to take the easy route out. So they want to get you out the picture in an indirect way. So if you become a pawn in their scheme, then it's your fault because you didn't take heed to the shadow that gave you the warnings. Like, don't take none of this shit seriously. And when the time comes to where they want you to react, don't. And when you just dismiss their ass properly, with finesse, you maintain your inner peace. Don't ever let anyone take you out of your inner peace. Because only you can give them the power to do so. Because if it was any other person, you wouldn't give a fuck. It's only because that's your wife, or your husband, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. You're claiming ownership over a human being, which is basically very primitive. That's why I don't really go by those titles, you know. It's a little bit too primitive for me. I'm like, oh, that's mine. No, it ain't. Because if she wake up tomorrow and decide to say, fuck you, it's not mine. So it's really not even in my hands, right? So how can I claim ownership over something that isn't really mine? To the point where now I am allowing it to manipulate my emotions, meaning their actions manipulate my emotions because I feel like I have some type of ownership over this person. So you were at fault the whole time because you thought that way. That's why you were at fault. That's why shit got toxic, because that's a toxic way of thinking. Because if you were not thinking like, okay, I own this person, if you didn't have that type of thought pattern, then nothing this person does would affect you because you would just respect them as another human being. There'd be no sense of, okay, I'm about to take myself to rock bottom over this person who I don't even own. Because it's not about owning human beings. Unless that's the type of arrangement y'all have already. Then I'm like, all right. But people are not really that bold to just say that. Can people be bought? Yes, they can. But people don't are not that bold to just say that. Like, yo, I just wanna fuck. And I'm gonna pay you a certain amount every month. Your bills are gonna be handled, so you ain't gotta worry about nothing. I just need ass when I need ass. And if that is agreed upon, then fuck it. But that really wouldn't produce many problems because already you're not attached in that way anyway. That's what a lot of people want to say, but they don't have the courage to just say that. So they end up getting in relationships and shit that they not really supposed to be in. Or they try to like a person they really don't like. They just wanted to smash on. So it just becomes, that's where toxicity comes. It's like, yo, you were just supposed to one night this person, then you made it semi permanent, something that was supposed to be temporary. And that's what trickles into a toxic relationship, something that shouldn't have been a relationship in the first place. That's how it becomes toxic because it wasn't supposed to be that in the first place. But because we're not walking around with all this courage, we end up getting in situations we probably wouldn't be in otherwise. Because there's not really too many people that are just bold like that. Because we take it as, oh, you kind of being disrespectful when you just asking somebody for sex and then you offering money and they're not like a prostitute. So you wouldn't feel no type of way doing that with a prostitute, but to a so-called regular person, you would feel like, oh, I'm not supposed to. But most people don't have enough game to be able to harness energy. Meaning, if you just need to harness energy, then you need to harness energy in a certain way, which is untraditional. That's why I wouldn't really recommend traditional relationships and unions. So they're pretty toxic. I don't discourage people from, I don't want to say finding love. You shouldn't be searching for it. But if love comes across your desk, then all right, fine. But you going out seeking it, nah. Seek a relationship with the anima and the animus, and everything else will work itself out. It's very simple, right? Everything else will work itself out. If you start right, you're gonna end right. If you start wrong, you're gonna end wrong. If you start relationships looking for a connection with your anima or animus, it's not gonna work out right. So that's why I wanted to make these things clear. so that we don't waste any more time looking for attributes within other people that we already possess within ourselves. Is just in a very unorthodox way, and it's just a way that's it's not easy to integrate the ego with the shadow. It's just not easy. Just like it's not easy to be married to a person for 50 years. And like the reason we say like we don't really see a lot of that too much in this times, we could say like in our grandparents' time, great grandparents, people would stay married pretty much forever. They're gonna die married. All right. But the reason we don't really see too much of that in today's times, because I feel like we are becoming more advanced. It's like marriage wasn't never the answer. We're just becoming more advanced. It's like, yo, well, that wasn't ever. That was just tradition. That's some made up shit from Christianity, from religion. This is like this is make believe matrix activity. This has nothing to do with the spirit. Has nothing to do with the soul. But people try to put their soul and put their spirit into things that are not soulful or spiritual. That's what it is. They're putting soul and spirit into things that are not soulful or spiritual. Is a toxic relationship an opportunity to work on your shadow self? Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Because you're going to be like, oh, this is really my anima manifesting. So when you get to the point with them, I don't even like this motherfucker. Because you don't like your goddamn anima either. It's like, goddamn, your anima is not easily liked. Or your animus is not easily liked. Like for example, like if it's a woman and she's used to like men coming to her first or coming on to her, imagine your shadow does not giving a fuck. Like about your looks and all the things that you use to attract men, your shadow is like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't even look at you in that light. And this is the type of person where you have to try to make sense of being in a union with. Like, damn, how the fuck do I synchronize with this motherfucker? Now you see, you have to really dig into yourself. What work on other men, what work on other women, it ain't gonna work on the anima. It's not gonna work on the animus. So even if you would do, let's just say you use your money to get your foot in the door with women, your looks, your charms, whatever manipulation tactics, the anima is like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. So you really have to dig into yourself like, yo, what are my true attributes? What are my true qualities? Because that's what's attractive to the anima. That's what's attractive to the animus. It's the real you. That's why the relationship with the anima or the animus is so important, right? It's the real you. The anima animus forces you to be the real you. So in the case of a toxic relationship, you just have to be the real you, which then it's like, damn, this motherfucker is just not likable. But it's like it's the real you though, or it's the real them. The real them is like, damn, you don't even really like this person. And if you can find a way to synchronize with that energy, you're like, oh, this is shadow work. At that point, yes, at that point, it's shadow work. It ain't even about saving the relationship. It's like, you know what? I don't have to invest negative energy into this particular situation. I don't need to. We don't need to argue all the time, even though it's natural because you don't like the motherfucker, and then the motherfucker starting shit. But you like, you know what? I don't. I'm not gonna react in the way they want me to react. They push my buttons because they know you have buttons to be pushed. It ultimately puts you in a situation where you have to like, who are you really? Because yeah, you use your manipulation, you use your charm, you use your looks, you use your money, your status, whatever it is you use to attract this person. It's like You come to the realization like, damn, that ain't even me. That ain't even me. Whatever you use to get a person, you're like, damn, that's not even me. Because all that's temporary. So again, once they stop caring about all that, they get to know who you are on a intimate level. It's like, yo, this motherfucker is not likable. That's the whole that's the whole process of shadow integration. Can you find things to appreciate about your shadow, even with them being an unlikable person to you? Again, you may be a person that's humble, they may be an egomaniac. Can you find the positive attributes within this egomania? Can you look past the surface and see like, damn, this person actually do have qualities that I can actually integrate? Not this person, my spirit, my anima, my animus have attributes, because your magic, very important, that is your magical self. So the effectiveness of your magic will be determined upon your relationship with your anima or animus, because you can say that's your magical self. Your magic essentially has to go through them. They possess the magical qualities. That's all shadow. The shadow, because again, that's your inner child. So your shadow knows about magic and knows the type of magic that works for you and how these things become effective. That's all shadow. So if you are a person who you feel like your magic isn't really working the way it should, that's an opportunity for you to tap into your shadow. It's like, okay, there are certain attributes that I gotta dig into myself and go into the shadow to retrieve. That's basically what that is. So again, like if you were just a traditional person, then your spirit, your shadow, is non-traditional. So if you full-blooded Christian, then your shadow is pagan. So you as a Christian, like, damn, how do I integrate with this pagan ass motherfucker that has a completely different way of life, a completely different belief system? Y'all can essentially have nothing in common. So you're figuring out, like, how do I integrate with this energy that's connected to me, but we don't really have shit in common? This is not a person that you would choose to be friendly with on the surface. Once you get past all of that, then you begin to see the real qualities. When you get past all the surface level shit, the egomania or the humbleness, whatever it is, once you get over the personality traits. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this sweater on. So that's the shadow lesson. Can you accept the toxicity within yourself? If you can accept the toxicity within yourself, you can accept the toxicity within others. And when you can accept the toxicity within others, then things become very magical, because now you know how to use toxic energy to your advantage. And that's basically how pimping and hoeing exist, just to take it all the way to the darkness, take it all the way into the shadow. Because these appear to be two toxic archetypes. Prostitute, pimp, these appear to be two toxic archetypes. How do they integrate? Well, I just explained how they integrate, right? I don't like this bitch, but she brings in a lot of money. I'm just giving an example how these things operate. All right. Instead of me saying fuck the bitch because of her personality, I can accept the fact that she's a go-getter, for example. That is a positive attribute. So instead of saying fuck this person completely because of a personality difference, I'm like, all right, I can still benefit from the situation. From the perspective of the woman. This motherfucker is a control freak or whatever the negative attribute is. However, they know how to manage money. I know how to give this person money, they can double it, they can triple it, they can turn this money into investments, assets, profits, yada yada yada. So by the time it's all over with and done, everybody will have things in their name. They ain't gotta worry about nothing. But this motherfucker is a control freak. Are you able to look past the personality of a person and see the positive traits or qualities they possess and be able to use it to your advantage? That's how toxic energy works. That's how politicians get along with each other. They don't like each other. Republicans don't like Democrats, and then Republicans don't like other Republicans. Democrats don't like other Democrats. Bloods don't like Crips. Crips then don't like other Crips. Bloods then don't like other Bloods. GDs don't like BDs, but then it's BDs that don't like BDs, GDs that don't like other GDs. Right? However, they find a way to coexist. You see, it's like they can't kill each other off. They're not going to be able to, Bloods are not going to be able to kill off Crips. Crips are not going to be able to kill off Bloods. GDs are not going to be able to kill off BDs. BDs are not going to be able to kill off GDs. So they have to coexist. They can't destroy each other. They may go to war. Certain blocks and certain sets may change, but it's going to still be Blood, Crip, Republican, Democrat, GD, BD, so on and so forth. Nortennial, Sertennial, Sereno, it's going to always be the opposite. You're going to always have the hero, the anti-hero. They can't get rid of each other. So because that's really what comics is trying to tell you. That's why you have a hero and a villain or anti-hero. It's trying to show you the relationship between your animus and your anima. Again, they all have an alter ego, right? Superman is Clark Kent. Batman is Bruce Wayne. Why is it necessary for them to pretend like they are regular people in the regular world? Because if you think about it, it's like, yo, why don't you just be Superman all day? Why don't you just be Batman all day? Why don't you just be Wonder Woman all day? Why don't you just be Batwoman all day? Why is it necessary for you to have this alter ego? See, not a lot of people think, because this is psychological. They just think about the external manifestation of the comic. So the story is good. It's like, dude, why is it necessary for them to essentially operate within a matrix if they have abilities that transcend the matrix? So the point where they don't even have to be in a matrix. If Superman has all this super strength, what is it? The laser beam shooting out of his eyes. He can fly. For most people, they will look at that as a reason to essentially destroy their alter ego. I'm Superman. Why the fuck do I need to be Clark Kent? I'm Batman. Why do I need to be Bruce Wayne? The average person would just be Superman all day, Batman all day, Wonder Woman all day, Batwoman all day. But that's why most people don't have these abilities. This is why most people don't have these abilities. Because with great power, great responsibility, right? The responsibility is you have to maintain your alter ego. That's why they all have one. That is a common denominator between all heroes and anti-heroes. They all have a alter ego that they must maintain. They can't just be whoever their super abilities. They can't just be that all day. Just like everybody else, you got to go to work, right? You got your work ego, and then you got your home ego. Then they say it's necessary for everybody to work. Everybody got to work. You necessarily got to have a job, but you have to work. So that's what I understood. So y'all see, even before I had a job, I was still working. I just wasn't employed. But I was still working because I'm still doing content. I still got to, perform services, doing astral readings, astral charts, natal charts, and all that. Like, I'm still doing all these things. I'm still working. I'm just not employed. I wasn't filling out a W-2 every year. More like a 1099. But you see, people, you have to be an occultist to think like this. So I'm not going to say what people lack. I'm like, they're just incomplete. Because all this stuff is based off of real psychological things. They just don't know what these things are based on. So if you see all these heroes and anti-heroes have to maintain their alter ego, you have to do the same. That's why the anima or the animus is inside you. Because if you were able to be, I would say, most people, if they were able to be their anima or animus, they would be. That's all it would be. They would kill the ego and just be the alter ego. Because, for example, if you're a person that think you're broke, then your anima or animus is rich. So if you are so possessed by money where your whole status is defined by money, most people would give up their broke life and just be rich because the anima or the animus are already there. So it has to be approached with the understanding that both sides must be maintained. So even if you have a rich anima or animus and you're nowhere near, you don't just get to give up not being nowhere near. You have to integrate aspects of the shadow and bring them into the so-called broke existence and then change it. So you see, even the solution to whatever problems people may be facing is found within their own shadow. Because with the shadow being everything you're not, that means all of the issues you think you have, the shadow don't have. So if you're having financial problems, the shadow ain't having no financial problems. Or if you are already financially stable, then the shadow may be going through financial turmoil. I'm not going to say financial turmoil, but if you got an above average salary, they may have an average salary, meaning they ain't living the lifestyle you living. So then you would have to, again, find and appreciate the qualities that they do possess that will help you be a more well-rounded person. Because again, money might not be your issue. Your issues may be in love. They may be in the spirit. They may be in other dimensions. It's not financial. So you will have to go into the shadow to learn how to balance those other worlds so that you become holistic. That's how that works. So when you take it as, okay, all my whatever issues I think that I face or whatever problems I think I have there's already a solution to it. I just have to accept that they have to come from my shadow, and my shadow probably is not going to speak nicely to me. It's probably not going to baby me. It's probably not going to speak in the language I want to hear it, but the solution is there. So that's why it's so easy to be ignored, because it's not what you expect it to be. Your shadow is not like a reflection of you. It's the polarity of you. And again, that's the whole purpose of the Baphomet. It's the whole purpose of the Baphomet. One side is masculine, one side is feminine. And one being, that's what we are. We are the positive charge and the feminine charge, or the masculine charge and the feminine charge in one being. You are a shadow and an ego in one being. You are soft, and you are also coagula. You are both. But again, people are just so, especially in this climate, men are trying to be extra mannish, women are trying to be extra feminine. And you know, there's just a lot of tension between the sexes, because again, they're anima and animus. They're not trying to enhance that relationship on no level. They're just looking at the external. They're just looking at the results. They're not looking at their own genes. Like, damn, my issue is my own genes. You know how much accountability you have to accept them. It's my own genes. This has nothing to do with nobody else. This is my own genes, my own generational curses, my own problems that I have to operate within my genetics to conquer. So it becomes genetic warfare. So it ain't, at that point, it ain't even spiritual warfare, it's genetic warfare. So can you conquer your own genetic warfare? So hopefully y'all get the point. Operate genetically. And with that, I say peace. 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Love is the law, love and the will. We out.